I forgot to put myself up. Um, hey, Vanessa. Good to see you. Hey, Shannon. Good to see you too. Oh, my brain is obviously too hot. My brain is melting. How are you guys doing? I hope your week has been good. Mine has been pretty good. And I have my coffee. Hey, CR, good to see you. Hey, and good to see you, my friend. Good evening to you, too. How are you doing, Anne? I hope you had a great week, too. And thanks for the thumbs up. I appreciate it. Getting hot here as well. Heavy rains last night. Oh boy, that can mess things up. Especially if the ground is dry as gunpowder. It will be a mess if it comes heavy rain on top of that. That will be definitely floodings. Thank you, CR, for that comment. I appreciate it. Good to hear, Ann. Well, I manage, but it's too hot for me. Um, hey, PV. Good to see you, brother. And I believe you want to join me, my friend, preparedness veteran. PV, you know the drill. You have the link there, so you feel free to click it. Join me up here, buddy. Hey, Tammy, good to see you. How are you doing? Yeah, Vanessa, I agree with that. Catching rainwater can help with water restrictions, but some areas it is illegal to catch it. That sucks, really, Vanessa. Good to hear, Tammy. Good to hear. And I hope PV wants to join me up here. So we wait and see. But anyway, today's topic is great. Um, Actually, it's suggested by CR, dealing with restrictions. Good to see you, PV. How are you doing?
Hey, Shadow. Yeah, good. You all right?
I manage through this heat.
It sounds like you got the opposite from us. It's pretty cold here. We've had the coldest year for ages. One night this week it was like 6 degrees C, and then during the rest of the week it's been on average about 14, 15. That's it.
Hey, prepare for the edges. Good to see you, ma'am. And we have Idaho Garden Girl too. Good to see you. Today we had at least 20 degrees Celsius. A little bit too hot for me. I prefer a little bit more cooler temperatures, like below 12 degrees Celsius and below that.
You're a cold weather man.
Yeah, I am. and all the sun and the heat and everything. It's so annoying. That makes me actually depressed.
Yeah, it's not so bad if you get a bit of sun every now and then. But I mean, we've had rain
Hey, Chef
since.
Ted, good to see you, brother.
Hey, good to be here. Almost forgot about it until I saw your email come through.
Hey, Chef Tech.
Yeah,
Hey, PV.
Yeah, we've had like rain since October. It literally hasn't stopped. Oh god. At least want some sort of variation.
prepper for the ages. Yes, chicks are over 3 weeks old. A couple of more weeks, and they'll be introduced to the outside. That's good.
I'm just going to adjust my internet.
Well, yeah, that doesn't hurt to do some adjustments. But anyway, as I said earlier, dealing with water restrictions, that is the topic for today's stream. So, and it was suggested by CER. So, and I think it's a good topic that fits for today.
Yeah, so Shadow, what's give us a brief overview what you talked about there? Is this
Uh,
long term?
we expecting some rain, but um, it will probably we have it maybe later today or tomorrow. So
All right, so you haven't had rain for a while. Is that right?
I think we had a couple of days ago. We had some rain, but that that was not that much as
All right.
it should. But
So you classified as having a drought yet?
well, the authorities has gone out and said
You got to watch yourself.
burn warning. You can't.
No washing your car, no watering your grass. Yeah.
Well, you can't start any campfires or like that. So fire
Right.
ban. Well, it's not. Yeah. Well, we can call it a fire ban. And besides, we had already a couple of fires already over here. So
Right. Yeah, it's unusual. Yeah, I mean, when it's weird because you know, over 70% of the planet is made of water. Water on its surface. Although there's only say 3 or 4% which is actually fresh water drinkable. But if the will is there, we wouldn't be short of water anywhere. You know, the will is just not there. It's not commercially feasible or viable for these companies because most companies are in it to make the money and the profits or to satisfy the shareholders. So unless it's a government-run facility, then the will is just not there, and you find that companies will just not do it. You know, there's plenty of places in the Middle East which are always having water problems, water shortages, and many countries around the Med, um, even though they've got water shortages, their main source of income is tourism, and they direct the people get priority for the water, the hotels, and all the locals have to deal with water rationing and
in the hospitals,
right, yeah, and the hospitals, yeah, yeah. So I mean,
in
that's without any
yeah, in
any disaster.
the nursing homes, those retirement homes.
Yeah, yeah. And then they keep feeding this stuff about the planet warming up and all this sort of stuff, and so based off that sort of factor, it's only going to get worse. Without, and that's that you could classify that as a climate disaster, but that's without any sort of natural, immediate, short-term disaster like uh, a volcanic disruption or earthquake disruption, destroying any sort of transition aqueducts or pipelines or feeds or any of this sort of stuff. So yeah, it's very precarious, and I don't think people realise. Well, a lot of people just take their water for granted. Wake up in the morning, go downstairs, turn the tap on, and instantaneously you get your water. As soon as you start waving a restriction in front of someone or telling someone you got to start imposing any sort of hose pipe ban, that's the favourite one. Then people start getting watched bit more closer. We used to normally every couple of years or so we get hose pipe bans and stuff. A couple of years ago, when it got really hot in the summer, unseasonably hot, we had it was classed as a drought quite early on, but that was just through lack of rainfall. We still get our water from aquifers and stuff like this in most parts of Britain, and there were people
Welcome,
being
it's
told,
YCOG Prepper. Good to see you, brother.
that you would get a reward for spying on people and calling people in for abusing the hosepipe ban sort of system.
Yeah,
So classic example when resources get low or get critical level that how quick not only people turn on each other but the authorities start to impose these North Korean style spying regimes on your neighbours and stuff like that. Ridiculous. So yeah, I mean water shortages in the long term, I suppose. Well, I mean, I lived on a boat for over 9 years, and the moment you unplug from a marina, in a marina you've got your electricity hookup, your water supply for pontoon, this sort of stuff. The moment you leave marina, everything revolves around water.
yeah,
Your next resupply, how long your next leg is, all this sort of stuff, and you start then calculating. You start being frugal with things, and you then start to calculate how long you can last per person for the amount of duration you're going to be out. So
yeah,
compared to your storage tank. So it's a bit when you're plunged into that situation, it's only then you start to count, calculate, and start being frugal with your water. You got to watch your usage. I mean, fine if you know when the next water point is, not a problem, but you've definitely got to start changing your mindset. I mean, what we did, we fitted straight away. We knew water was going to be a problem anyway because it's a finite resource. As soon as it gets put into a tank, it's a finite resource, and you could do these sort of measures as soon as any sort of water restriction gets imposed or beforehand. It's good to save water anyway. So what we used to do is we installed water saving shower heads on the shower, water saving faucets on all the taps and stuff like that. And it uses like a third less water and stuff like this. You don't get this constant stream come out you, so you do save a bit more. And then you start getting to the mindset of every drop counts. You turn the
yeah.
tap off
Every
in
drop
between.
counts.
Yeah, you start doing things like turn the tap off in between brushing your teeth and rinsing. You just fill the bowl up to shave in. You don't have a constant tap streaming out, so you can wash the razor off. Those little things, it adds up so quickly. It's just unbelievable. You could literally, use 3 liters of water quite easily if you're just letting the tap run, having a shave or clean your teeth. Don't have baths, have showers instead. Stuff like that. Make sure you got a full wash load before you do any washing. But if it really comes down to a water restriction, it depends on what the cause is for the water restriction. CR's joined us.
Hey, sir.
I couldn't wait. My battery's not even charged, but I can't wait.
I'm getting a lot of breaking
I have
up.
too much to say.
There's no food here, CR. Sorry.
Oh,
I only have a picture.
Is there water?
I only have a picture of a chef on.
Is there water at least? Is there coffee?
I got Gatorade.
Prepper for the Ages says, when I had short hair, showering was a breeze. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like when we used to go camping. We had to go get our water. My mom
Hey,
and
Ann
dad would
Haynes.
send us.
Good to see you, man.
They'd send us to go get the 5-gallon bucket and fill it up and bring it back, and that was heavy. So we brushed our teeth. You got a little cup of water and a toothbrush with some toothpaste on it. You dip it in one time, brush your teeth, use some of the water to swish it out and rinse it out, and then you just, whatever's left in there, you rinse your toothbrush out in a cup, and you're done. We could brush our teeth with, half a cup of water. Same with shaving when I got older.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's only people cast their mind backs. It was only just up until the Second World War. Many people even had a bathroom in their house in Europe. They had to go outside. Some people didn't have any taps or running water in their house at all. They went to the nearest stream. And it's quite, when you think about it, an unbelievable transition from what the Second World War gave people.
Mm-hmm.
But that was some sort of that was almost became a way of life anyway. You try and do that to any sort of people these days, and it'll be a different sort of situation. I think they'll start seeking compensation, all this sort of stuff, because you're tied into water board contracts and stuff like this.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think adaptability and the ability and will to change as soon as any sort of induced water shortage comes into effect is definitely on the cards.
Well, yeah, because in the long term, right? Because like I'll mention this right now. What's happening here in Canada right now, specifically because I did research. It's supposed to last for another couple of weeks still now. So water restrictions for like a whole month. People can handle maybe a couple of days. Yeah, imagine people can handle a couple of days, but you start to increase the duration. People get worn down. They're like, I don't know if I can keep this going. I need that one shower right now. I need that hot tub right now. I'm starting to lose it. Stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
And this is not including like something else that may happen, like an event or something else that may happen still.
I think there's a big difference between like a hose pipe ban stroke water restrictions. There's a big difference between that, and there's a big difference between a extended water restriction period because of some sort of event, like a main's gone or something like this, or the dams burst, or climate induced stuff like that. Because if you impose water restrictions on an area and you just tell people, hose pipe bans are in effect and you're not to use, be frugal with your water, people, there's various mindsets will start to become adopted, and some of them will be, it doesn't apply to me. And they will just carry on doing it in the secrecy of their own house, as long as the water keeps running out of their tap. Some people will just continue doing it as normal, as long as they're not seen. So that mindset, I think, will be a slightly different one.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I didn't know about. I didn't know you had water restrictions in Canada already. It's strange.
Oh, PV, I could talk about it for like the next half an hour straight. But this is not my show. This ain't my show.
Yeah, as Prepper for the Ages says, interesting point there. Population growth in my area is contributing to longer water restrictions. We used to be self-sufficient, but now we have to buy water from neighbouring towns. Right, that's an interesting sort of scenario. I mean, I
Yeah.
know in Britain here at the moment, there's a big push and drive to build houses all over the place. Literally, we have to build a house every 2 minutes to cater for the need for housing. That's the quoted figure. But we're seeing all these houses and little mini towns popping up and housing estates on the edge of another already existing town or village. And the strain that's putting on the whole system is just unbelievable. Not only hospitals, doctors, police, and all the rest of the stuff, but all the sanitation requirements as well.
Mm-hmm,
And you never
mm-hmm.
see any new plants being established. I did speak to a water board guy a couple of years ago, and he did say what they do is they try and balance the system similar to what they do on the grid through the various watercourse channels that are available in Britain, but probably varies through country to country. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think what people have got to do, especially if you're a prepper and you've got this sort of mindset to do something about any sort of ongoing problem or potential problem, because, we all know water is the number one resource, and without it, you'd be dead in 3 or 4 days.
And we use it for a lot of things.
Yeah, so many things.
So many things.
Yeah. People to actually Google or calculate how much water they use in a day, or they'll be astonished.
Yep.
So, personally, I would tell people to, number one, have some sort of rain catchment system. Easiest thing to do. Harvest the rainwater from your. Say again?
Actually have water. There's no replacement for it. There's no substitute for it, right? There's no substitute for water. So, actual water, not just a filter or, a system to filter it or distill it or anything like that, but actual water, right?
Yeah.
As much as
get a rainwater harvesting sort of setup, whether it be as simple as putting a bucket or a 55-gallon bucket drum underneath a drain pipe, or you get a more elaborate system. Either way, probably the simplest thing you can do. Even if they're in a dry and arid place, at some point it may rain. So you got to capture every drop.
Yeah, can I add in something real quick?
Yeah, please do.
The place that here in Canada has the water restrictions right now that's supposed to go on for like another couple of weeks or so. It is supposed to rain Saturday, Sunday morning, local time, right? So I'm hoping that these people will take advantage of that because next week it's supposed to be plus 30 over 90 Fahrenheit. So, because right now it's actually relatively seasonal, not really hot, but what happens when the heat increases? All right, people might consume water more, and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right. At least with the rainwater, at least you could do something, right? You don't have to use fresh water to flush your toilet, and you got some rainwater, which means you can drink that portion of the fresh water you were done use. You know what I mean? Something like that.
I deal with a lot of hotels with my business, and it's amazing I go to a hotel. People go to a hotel. They get in the shower, whatever. They just stand there for 45 minutes, let the water run. You could be in Vegas. Doesn't matter. They just let the water run because, I'm paying for the room, so I'm getting this free water to go with it. It's like they don't care. That's the unfortunate thing of the way the human mindset has gone these days. When you're going somewhere else, you just abuse the crap out of everything. And forget the swimming pools and that. Everybody's got to go swimming. You got a 20,000-gallon pool of water, and then something happens to it. You got to drain it all out and fill it back up again. That happens. I deal with them too. But people just don't care until they're at home, and then they complain about it. And it's sad. But where does the water really go? It's a rain cycle. I learned that in grammar school. It evaporates, goes up in the sky, rains down. but it doesn't rain back in your lake or on your property every single time. Most of it goes out to the ocean, but the ocean evaporates and that rain falls everywhere else. So I love how companies are saying the world is running out of fresh water. No, we're not. It's just moving. It's just not in your area anymore. I mean, nothing's permanent, nothing's static. We just think that the world is going to stay the way it is forever, exactly the way we grew up with it, and nothing will ever change. Well, it does. Get over it.
Well, it's not only that we're also using more water. Like, I know some people said that we have more the population growth, but remember, industry uses it, manufacturing uses it, the clothing industry uses it, agricultural sector uses it, right? Oh, you can even cut stuff with water, right? So they use water.
Good to see you, man.
All right, your dry cleaner,
in California, right? With Nestle, they're bottling water out there. They're taking most of the water, and they're not getting really charged for it, but they're putting restrictions on everybody else. So Nestle, who gave their money to whatever pack they want, they can bottle it and sell it. Which out there, a gallon of water costs, well, not in California, but most places, a gallon of water is almost as much as a gallon of gasoline. What's wrong with this picture?
Yeah, I know, right?
Any of you have water meters where you are?
Yeah. In this area.
I got a meter. They meter my water coming in, and they meter it going out. Hey, PV, I think you walked away from your microphone. It sounds like you're way far away.
Yeah.
There's a slight echo. Yep. It's from PV. Anyways, keep going on, Mark. Keep going.
Yeah, PV, check it up, probably.
Yeah.
No, I got our water is metered coming in, and on our water bill, whatever comes in, you get billed for it going out. And don't let them catch you, and I did it a little bit, hooking up an outside water supply like rainwater into one of your toilets so you flush the water, it's rainwater. And they catch you doing that, you're going to court. Because they want to charge you, $10 100 gallons coming in and $10 100 gallons going out. So that 100 gallons costs you $20 because it's a sewer system. And they have to treat it. Yeah. And of course, people treat sewer systems like garbage dumps too. They dump anything and everything down the drain, which ruins the sewer system and the way that system works. And the recycling of the water. Now you got chemicals and PFEs and all kinds of stuff in there that forever chemicals.
Why is there a doll in the sewer system?
What's that?
Who flushed these marbles down the drain?
Yeah,
and stuff like that. Yeah,
unbelievable things they find in the local treatment plant around here.
Yeah. Or like I forget who said it earlier. Was it I forget who said it earlier. Shannon, is either Shannon, Vanessa Kitty, or anyways about some places it's not it's illegal or you're not supposed to or you can't collect rainwater.
Yeah, there's a few states out there you're not allowed to collect rainwater because it needs to go back in the ground to get to our aquifers. It's like,
okay,
Billy, I say 255 drums of water. I'm watering my garden. It's going back into the aquifer, just not all at once.
Well, what I was going to say was, you know how during emergencies things can get bypassed in terms of like, or whatever, right? During an emergency, that should be able to get bypassed. Or at least temporarily, right?
Yeah.
In my opinion. Well, because think about it, right? Because if people are using rainwater instead of using freshwater, wouldn't that help the system? Because that means there's more fresh water because you're not actually consuming it. You're consuming, the water off the land instead.
Yeah.
Sure.
If that makes any sense. Yeah. I was just thinking about that. Like I said, in the area that has the water restrictions here in Canada, it's supposed to rain later tonight, tomorrow morning. And I would hope people would take advantage of that because they know because the news has reported it that these water restrictions are going to be a couple more weeks still, right? So if it rains, you almost have to take advantage of that.
Yeah, but not everybody has the ability to collect rainwater.
No, of course,
so, I mean,
of course,
they don't have 55-gallon drums laying around.
No, but at least, something. if possible, or whatever, right? You know, like if your pool's empty, you got to cover over it, right? Like to fill up, with the rainwater to fill into it. You know what I mean? Something like that, right? Because if you think about it, like when in a survival situation when you're in the middle of the ocean with no fresh water, if it rains, you're rejoicing. You're gonna take advantage of that in that same way.
You're collecting everything. You're putting everything cloth
Yeah,
out
yeah,
there
yeah.
to collect it, squeeze it with the bucket,
Because
you name it.
right.
Yeah. Take a shower, take a bath in the rain.
Backwards Law, good to see you.
Hi, Backwards Law. Hi, Bruce. You know, because I was thinking like that, because I'm like,
Welcome
if I
back,
was in that
Phoebe.
position, welcome back.
Hey,
If you're
welcome in the Hillbilly Chicken Ranch. Good to see you.
hello. I was thinking, if we were in that position, right, what would you do? Because I think we need to put ourselves in that position right now, in these places that have water restrictions, right? Let's say in an urban area, for example, or whatever, right? I know some of you don't live in an urban area, some of you live in an apartment, whatever, but just kind of hypothetically think about it, right? Because all it takes is something to happen and it starts to affect our area. Then it's, close to home again. You know what I mean? Because like you were saying, Mark, some people don't really care about the water because, they're not paying for it. They're not under restriction, right? Well, what happens when you're in that?
It boils down to complacency. I mean, it's just total complaint. You're used to living a certain way. Sorry, there's a bird screaming in my ear here. But you're used to living a certain way, and when things change, people freak.
Yeah, right.
Agree.
Like Preparedness Veteran said, right? You gotta adapt, right?
You got to. Adaptation's key to any sort of situation, and yeah, I mean, we've had in the past, since the 1970s. In fact, we had a really hot summer in 1974. I think it might have been 1976. Anyway, it got to the point where all water was cut off, and people were getting their only source of water was through standpipes, and you can relate that to situations now where people may be in a situation where their only source of water is a sandpipe, so their choices of either queuing up in some streets, or so you queued up for however long it was with a bucket or a jerry can or whatever it was, or you had time slots throughout the streets, so you had to manage your water sort of rotation or your top up and all that sort of thing around whatever system you were allocated to and using that street. But basically, you were. This is the thing. This is the preparedness sort of argument. You were beholden to that system. If you're self-sufficient, fine. You can just crack on, sit back and watch everyone else join the queue and go through the rotation system. But yeah, self-sufficiency is definitely the key. It depends on what self-sufficient aspect or method or system you want to use to make yourself sufficient, if you like. I would, like I said, a rainwater harvest system has got to be the way ahead. People use wells, pump water up from underground, their own boreholes and stuff like that. But it's the point in time which something disrupts that supply, and then it starts to get a bit difficult. But if if you're in a sort of a desert area and water is few and far between, then you've got to start thinking and changing your mindset about how you use it, what you use it, when you use it. Well, this sort of stuff, and maybe even employ everything you've got at your disposal to enhance your collection. Because it might not even be a sort of trickle feed restriction type of thing. The water might be out in some sort of disaster aspect. So people might be resorting to
earthquakes. Earthquakes can knock out bad.
Yeah, and if it's a long-term thing, you don't know when it's all going to come back on. People in like flats or buildings, tall buildings, that sort of stuff, they've got to start putting out rainwater harvesting systems on the roof.
If they can.
So put a tarp out, every available container, funnel it into that. Dew catchers, all this sort of method. Even go down the there's a guy in Australia, YouTube channel he's got, In Your Yard Homestead, Josh. Now he, for various reasons, he up sticks and he just moved off grid. He found a little patch in the desert, extremely arid area, and what he did, he had his own water collection system going. He collects all his water through tarps and stuff like this into a big sort of container. But he also trimmed his, made it more efficient the way he uses the water when it does rain. So, for instance, he dug various irrigation channel ditches that all come down and feed his plant systems and stuff like this. So that, you know, that sort of thing people can start to adopt. But I mean, when you've got to just also think about what happens when the rains do come, and the rains do come hard. Because if it all of a sudden you get a cloud burst and the rain is falling onto dry, encrusted, impacted soil, you can get a runoff straight away. It's not going to soak in as quickly. You've been prone to flash flooding areas, similar to what they get in in and around Vegas area, and various other places around the world, and stuff like that.
Yeah, it doesn't infiltrate into the ground as fast.
Yeah, exactly. So you get so you're immediately into another sort of scenario where you got the flash flooding threat as well. But yeah, the mindset has definitely got to change. Like I say, we fitted low consumption shower heads, low consumption taps and faucets in our boat. You don't flush the toilet if you're just going for a urinating. You leave it basically and you let it add up, and every 2 or 3 sort of urination visits, or you just go overboard or use another sort of toilet system. Chemical toilet's probably better, or a composting toilet.
Yeah.
It's amazing how much
they
water,
have those options too.
Yeah, it's amazing how much water people use when they flush the toilet. I mean, these days the toilet flushing systems are that efficient that they use exactly what's in the sort of the system. The older ones, you could get away with putting like a brick in the system, so you're using less water per flush. I've seen people do that.
Yeah, new toilets and urinals and that they always have the listing on there of how many liters or gallons per flush, and those numbers are coming down. I mean, they're designing them a little more efficient, but still, I mean, you're still flushing 2.5, 3 liters of water down the toilet just to go pee.
And sometimes you have to flush twice. Some people actually have to flush twice just because.
Well, it depends on how much bacon you ate.
I'm just saying. Just to be honest, right? Just to be
Flush
honest.
twice. It's a long way to the cookhouse.
Well, I agree with you, but that one, CR.
Yeah,
it happens.
But that's for nurse stream, everyone. Don't get your head in the gutter yet. That'll be next week.
Nah.
What they used to say back in the 70s in New York when they had the big drought back there is, if it's yellow, let it mellow. If it's brown, flush it down.
Yep. Yeah,
yeah, that's what they say everywhere else.
Well, not in New York now. It's whatever.
Hey, Slippery Pickle, good to see you, brother.
Hey, Pickle.
Hey, Slippery Pickle, how you doing? Yeah, I mean, so alternate toilet arrangements, and this is the sort of thing if people got to do. It literally could come down to the point where every bit of water you're collecting, or you've got stored, or you've been allocated, or you can carry, is just purely for water, drinking or cooking, shaving, washing. All the rest of it goes out the window because you've got to trim your priorities down. And that's what it comes to, it really is prioritising your use according to the supplier. Really, so Some people.
Well, my idea, if you need to wash yourself, I suggest wet wipes instead of taking a shower.
Yeah, I mean, when I was in the army, we used to. I was mainly on foot most of the time, so the water we had was it. Uh, and we used to, we didn't used to shave, we didn't used to wash. By the end of the week, you'd be like 4 tramps coming out the bush. We stink in and all this sort of stuff. It's not good to not wash your clothes. It's not good not to wash, especially for extended periods of time, because you're starting to leave yourself open for all sorts of bacterial infections, diseases, and all that sort of stuff. So there are many things you can do, alternate washing systems. Yeah, definitely. I'm not really a fan personally of wet wipes. I can't stand using that sort of stuff. To me, it just sort of it spreads it evenly, spreads all the grime evenly and stuff like this. It's not so bad if you got any sort of wet wipe that has got a sort of antibacterial agent in it that is designed for washing, but many of those wet wipes are pretty crap, really. I mean, you could use a 1 litre bottle of water and make that stretch out if you start pinpricking the ends of it. Making it into a little squirty shower, and use your you got dry shampoo, things like this, which you can use for limited times. Not really good for extended periods.
Oh yeah, I've been hearing lots of people have been using
Prepper for the
dry
ages has a question here, guys. Question: would we improve our soil if we use composted and diluted urine? Second, and if you could, would you do it?
It all depends on if you're on any kind of medications and that. That's some stuff you don't want going into your.
Yeah, I think that would be the biggest concern.
Yeah.
Dilated urine's got diluted urine. So you're adding urine to water already. I mean, I wouldn't advocate urine on plants or anything anyway, because it's like Mike said there, especially if you're on medication, and urine can be a bit
Salty,
acidic as well.
Yeah, because because the sodium's leaving your system.
Yeah, it's
hence you don't drink it.
Well, exactly, yeah. I wouldn't advocate that anyway. No, I mean you can put human waste, turds and stuff like that on your to feed your plants, and there's a couple of publications out for that. It's called Human Manure. So if you're interested, look at the Human Manure handbook, and that will talk about solids, but not necessarily liquids. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, interesting. One of the comments earlier on, Vanessa said there that, I mean, in some places it's illegal to harvest rainwater. That is just unbelievably crazy. I mean,
you know what?
Say again.
I was gonna say, like in emergency situations, some things can be bypassed or like kind of off the table temporarily, right?
Oh, definitely, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like some things like that. So rainwater should be like that too, or rain catchment. Let's say water restrictions, drought, stuff like that. Because I mean, if you're using rainwater, you're not using fresh water that got treated. You know, that's in the reservoir.
Yeah, you still got to wonder what's falling out of the skies in the rainwater.
No, of course, but.
I mean, if it gets to the point where you are in an emergency situation or disaster situation, SHTF, etc., and the infrastructure's sort of gone, then those sort of laws would probably go out the window anyway. Any water you've got, you could process. So, obviously, if someone's collecting rainwater off a roof, I wouldn't advise drinking it straight from there. People have also got to be aware of what's on their roof. because some of the coatings,
like those birds that I hear.
Well, some of the coatings on roof tiles aren't necessarily good for the water to begin with. So, some people might have lead-lined roofing ducts and stuff like this as well. So that's you've got to consider the coating on the roof. Asbestos coat, asbestos roofs and all this sort of stuff. Filter it and go for every manageable process you can. But as soon as you've got the water, you've got it. You can do something with it, basically. Yeah, it's an interesting concept.
Just to mention something, like one of the things I do when I go camping is, especially if I'm not by a water source, we got a truck, bringing in water, right? Because we're not, in the middle of the open, right? Not that close, right? So when it does rain, I take advantage of that. Because it's less water or less fresh water I have to actually use to do said stuff.
Yeah, you set your tarp up with a low spot on it and put a bucket on
Yeah,
it.
yeah. I mean, usually you're setting up a tarp anyways, right? If you got a bucket or a container, you just fill it up, right? Let's just say some rainwater not to cook with, but maybe to clean with, right? Clean the dishes later that day. Yeah, right. And you just rinse with clean water right at the end, right? So when you're washing it, yeah. I mean, I've used it to clean off my socks. Hang them in the sun after. Next thing I know, I'm going home with clean socks again.
I'd say some people, a tip to people is whenever we are short of water here, we start to revert to a portable shower system. We use something called I think it's a hose lock porta shower, and it holds 5 litres, and you put like half a litre to a litre of boiling water in there, top the rest up with cold water, and that's enough for 2 people to have half decent shower, and it cuts down on all the all your water usage. And you can then, if you're storing all your water in your preps in 1 gallon containers, for instance, which we do, we got in our bug out vehicle, we've got 8 1 gallon containers, and that's just shower water basically, unless it gets even more drastic. So we know one of those is for 2 people, and we can 8 days worth. So a porta shower or some sort of, they're like got the old garden sprayers, but they've got a shower head on top. You pump it up till the pressure gets in, going, and then you just have a crack on, have a shower. We've had beforehand on exercise and stuff like that in the army, we used to use, heat up your rations. The excess water you can either make a tea or coffee, or you can wash with it, shave with it, and that used to be literally like half a litre of water out of your metal mug, and it is sufficient when when you you get practiced at it and you know what you're doing. Soap yourself up. It's like in submarines and in the Navy and stuff like this. They always adopt a frugal shower system, and they literally wet themselves, shampoo up, lather up, turn the shower back on, rinse off, and that's it. You're done. Next man. This sort of stuff.
Yeah. 2-minute shower.
Yeah, literally. It does save a lot of time as well, yeah, definitely, and water.
Yeah.
I remember going camping with my parents back in the had to be the mid-70s. The bathrooms had pay showers. And I remember distinctly you got 3 minutes for a dime and 9 minutes for a quarter. And back in the late 70s, that was a lot of money.
Yeah, we still get them systems over here in some campsites. It's like a £1 coin. Put it in, you turn the little knob across, and it's like a little timer device that clicks down, and you end up with you never have, it always runs out before you finish, sort of thing. What character building stuff they used to say.
Yeah, and those things didn't have an alarm on it. If you had shampoo in your hair when that time ran out,
Yeah.
you were over at the bathroom sink because that didn't have a meter on it. You're trying to rinse your hair in a sink, which was not fun.
Yeah. It puts it into perspective when people are thrust into a situation when they have to carry their own water, then they start saving water a bit more. And you've only got to look at various places in Africa and places like that for that sort of thing. Yeah. But yeah, I mean,
that reminds me of something. No,
yeah, go on.
preparedness. I was gonna say was, and I heard this over the news because I've been paying attention to what's happening here in Canada. They said it for like 5 seconds, but apparently this lady, she's older, she's 70, 80, I don't know, something like that. Probably baby boomer or whatever, right? She decided to use river water to water her plants. So something to think about, right? She's like, well, because it's not under the water restriction, right? Because it's not treated water. So something to think about.
Right. Yeah. And yeah, so that can lead on to another point there, where the water people do use when you're talking about a frugal existence, or when water shortages are in effect, is, or when you know it's a finite resource, is you're using water. Don't just let it go and down the drain. The water you use can then be reused on for another purpose, whether it's putting on your plants, or washing some item down, or whatever it is. It can be reused, repurposed. And if anyone wants to have a sort of a scenario look into it, you look at the International Space Station, and they reuse their water over and over and over, up to 7 times plus. It all gets recycled, polished, filtered, and all this sort of stuff, and reused. So it can be done. It just depends on have you got the systems to do it and know how to do it, really. But as with anything, some of these systems that they use are obviously elaborate and they're pretty expensive. But I suppose it's not out of the realms of possibility to use any sort of carbon filtration system and this sort of stuff to recycle, reuse the water. I wouldn't be too happy unless I tested it out beforehand or seen someone else do it. If you whatever water you use, the question would be, could you put it back into your Berkey water filtration system and reuse it then? That'd be a good one to test out. So if you were to wash with 2 or 3 litres of water, could you then put that bowl full of water back in a Berkey and use it again? Who's going to be the first person to test it? I mean,
well, you better try. You better go test that and try that before the emergency happens. Then.
Well, exactly, yeah, because most people, I've seen this. They get water filters and portable water filters and stuff like this, and when it comes down to the crunch, they haven't got the confidence to put it through the water filter and actually drink it. These people put it through the water filter and then boil it. So you're wasting fuel. So confidence in your equipment is a big one. But there's a lot of examples out there that people can take off and use their imagination and tailor it to their own needs, such as like the water usage on the space station and things like this.
Yeah, there's plenty of videos out there on how to conserve water.
Yeah. Water's heavy. Damn heavy.
Yeah, it is.
It's only, like I said, when you get to a situation when you have to move your own water or cart your own water around, that you realise how heavy it is and you start being a bit more frugal with it.
Yeah, a 5-gallon bucket of water weighs quite a bit for a person to carry.
Yeah, and so if anyone is, I would suggest that anyone who's thinking preparedness or anything like this, they should have the ability to be able to move water around. For instance, a couple of water containers plus to walk to a standpipe, hydrant or stream or wherever and bring it back. I'll suggest more than a bladder. Maybe a cart would be involved and things like this. Yeah, you might put your water jerry cans, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them for a day or whatever, onto a trolley or a cart it down to the available standpipe or water pump, whatever it is, and then cart it back. So Hillbilly Chicken Ranch says that you're taking grey water, you need a separate septic system to reuse water.
Yeah, I agree with that. You need definitely to have a separate system.
Yeah. And Nicole Ruiz says she might eat a sandwich for dinner. Well.
I thought we were talking about water, not food.
Well, yeah, it makes you hungry.
Lovely Lisa,
Well,
good to see you, ma'am.
Hi, Lisa.
So Vanessa says, how many water jerry cans do you have? Right. For me, personally, I've got 100 litres worth of water jerry can. So I've got 4 25 litre jerry cans, and I've got about 10 1-gallon water cans that I can ferry around and move backwards and forwards with water. But that stays on my camper van most of the time, filled. Apart from that, you could use solar shower bladders. It's a nice sort of case, I suppose. And then it comes to it, any available pot and pan, really. It depends how far you got to carry it. Alright, so Vanessa says there she's got 26 jerry cans. Good, that's a good amount of water there. And if you've got those topped up all the time and you've got a water restriction, you can start to calculate your longevity, how long your water's going to last, compared to how many people you've got there.
Hey, Bushcraft family, good to see you, brother.
Hi, BCF.
Backwards.
Yeah, you're right. Preparedness mentioned about then you would know how much kind of do it. Okay, I got at least 5 days, 2 gallons per person still, for example.
Yeah. It'd be interesting to see everyone in the chat and hear how long they self-project out for. I mean, did people prep for 2 weeks self-sufficient water, 3 days, 3 months, or what?
I have at least 300 liters, a little bit less now, but I'm gonna.
Right, that's a good amount, definitely.
Yeah.
I've got some above.
But that's just for drinking purposes, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Mostly.
Yeah.
So.
I've got me 100 litres plus the 10 5-litre containers plus a 450 litre tank plus 2 45-gallon drums from the gutters as well.
Yeah. I was gonna say, for this veteran and Shadow, I was doing this rain catcher and all that stuff. So during a water restriction, right, we're not adding to the problem.
Yeah.
We're not adding to the problem, right? We're actually trying to help it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Easing the burden.
Yeah.
A couple of people are saying coming up with a water thing. Slippery Pickle's got a week of water. Backwards Law's planned for a year. Figure that way I'll have a solution for it. Yep, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Prepper for the ages. I have a few days of water and also a 40-gallon rolling tank to retrieve water from the drinking reservoir about half a mile away. Right. Yep, good.
That's good.
Vanessa says, do you have electric or battery operated pumps for fuel? For water transfer, right, yeah. I've got 12-volt water pumps. I've got one is in use all the time, and one as a spare. And I use something called Jabsco water pump. They're low consumption. They're a small unit, and it's an on-demand water pump. Fairly cheap, £100 ish. And basically, when it detects any sort of pressure drop, like you've opened the tap or faucet, it automatically kicks in. So they're quite good, and they generally last, in my experience, about 6 years normal use before you start to develop any sort of problem. No maintenance required, so they're pretty good. Rebel Cannon says, where I live, I'm never more than 7 miles from water in my state. Shannon says, I use my canning jars for storing water. Right. Hugo says, 250-gallon tanks and 60-gallon tanks and lots of 2-litre bottles for backup. Yeah, those 2-litre bottles you can get, they're super good. They are, because easy to transport around, they're convenient size, they're good to gauge how much water, because if you got another problem I've found is when you've got a large tank, it's harder to actually gauge what you've used in a day, and it's a bit harder to ration. Whereas if you've got gallon containers or 2-litre containers or whatever, you can quite easily say, right, those two 2-litre containers is my daily supply, and that's it, and you know where you are then. That can be quite easy to manage. What else we got there?
Well, I was going to say preparedness metric.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still working on it. I'm still trying to increase the amount I have.
Yeah.
I'm over 500 now. Give or take.
I mean, yeah. When it comes, it's the number one sort of resource, and it's once you've got it in a container, you can leave it for a while. It's quite an easily manageable sort of resource and prep as well. But it comes down to space in most cases. I mean, what jerry cans, they're 10 a penny, they're easy, they're cheap to buy relatively, so it's down to purely to storage in most cases. And I suppose when it comes down to storage, you got to watch where you store it. I wouldn't personally store mine outside. You got to watch what you're doing in the winter in case it freezes, all this sort of stuff. Rotating it's pretty easy. Personally, I'm not worried about the clear ones you get, any sort of algae developing in there. I'm not worried about that. The key point is you store the water. That's you got the water, so you can process it.
Exactly. There's no substitute.
Yeah.
I was gonna mention something since we're talking about something I actually do personally here, and I've shown other people. One of the things that I do, like for anyone that makes like spaghetti or pasta, usually you have to drain your noodles, right? You gotta separate the water from the noodles. One of the things I do, and you can consider this if you had to, is
Venerable
put
Al,
it
good to
gathered
see you,
out.
brother. How are you doing?
Hi, Bio. Hi. One of the things I do is I'll put it in a bowl and use that to rinse my plate or dish with afterwards. Because usually it's still hot.
Yeah.
So, and stuff like that stuff. I mean, you could still use clean water again to, rinse, right? But just something to keep in mind. Like if you went camping or something like that and you had to do something like that, I would totally do that for sure.
Yeah. I'll go back to the army situation. In the army, and another consideration for people is when you're short of water, you don't want to start adding water to your rations because it's an unnecessary use. So if you've got, say, canned goods or the boil in the bag pouches, or pouches that don't require any extra water to be added to them, like freeze-dried food or dehydrated food, that's a bonus as well because it cuts down on your water usage. So you basically open a can or open your, there are other types of food available that you can avoid excess water use. So you literally need it for worst case scenario drinking, basically. There's an interesting point that someone brought up there. Huga's Homestead there says that I just use bleach in my tanks. What does everyone else use to keep their water clean? Right. Personally, what I do, I've got a stainless steel tank. It's my main sort of water supply. I don't need to do anything to it. Probably once, once every 2 years or so, I treat it with bleach, put a dose of bleach in it, let it run through, leave it for an hour or two, and then flush it through. That's it. That's all I do with mine. But at the end of the day, all my water goes through a Berkey anyway to drink. So yeah, a choice of what you're going to eat as well, your food and your menu options and your ration options is definitely something to look at, because you wouldn't want to start eating dehydrated food in a water shortage situation because you're just using excess stuff basically. And like I said, an example that we used to do in the army is the general sort of temperate issue rations or MREs were boil in the bag stuff. However, the Arctic rations were dehydrated, freeze-dried food, because obviously water isn't an issue when you've got snow all around you. One thing, yeah, so when people got to decide what sort of water container they're putting their water storage in, you got to watch what type, make sure it's properly cleaned out, put in a proper potable food grade container, so that when you actually do come to drink it, there's no residue on there. It's going to contaminate or taint the water as well. There's nothing worse than opening a bottle of water and it's been used for milk or soup or anything like this, because it's so off-putting and not a nice situation to be in. As everyone's heard of Lofty Wiseman, SAS Survival Man. You can remember the saying that says, and this should be true for everyone, is ration sweat, not water. Never ration your water because you'll need it. It's a biological function. You ration your movement, your actions. Avoid sweating it out. But don't avoid
I agree with that.
Drinking it. So ration sweat, not water.
And Bushcraft family has a point here: never use milk jugs to store water. No.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It doesn't. It's never quite right. I mean, the water jugs aren't designed to house water to begin with, and there's always some sort of tainted sort of film and contaminants that it's not good. So CR back with us.
I hit the wrong key. I was trying to get the book out and I hit the back key by accident.
Oh, you evacuated by accident.
Yeah, I have that book.
Ah, there you go. Yep, classic old one. I think every prepper's got one of those, hasn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I've got to say, no matter what you see, all these videos, all these techniques, etc., it all comes back to Lofty. It all comes back to Lofty. He does a talk every year at something called the Bushcraft Show as well. Yeah, so Hillbilly Chicken Ranch, one bleach tablet contains 50 gallons of water. Cleans 50 gallons of water. Use fragrance-free bleach tablets. Yep. Obviously, it depends on how big the bleach tablet is. Or chlorine tablet. And you've got to wait a certain period of time depending on how large the tablet is, etc., etc. There are other things, pool shock and stuff like this as well you can use.
Yeah, pool shock is pretty common in US.
There was also, if you're talking water storage, you know, there's concrete storage tanks. You've got water bladders that people can use. You've got water bobs people can use that fit inside your bathtub. You know, they're fairly fragile, but you know they're there to use. I would say, you know, people shouldn't be reactive. They should already have their water set up now, ready. But if you get any inkling that something's going to happen that could disrupt the water supply or going to impose some sort of restriction, then fill up all your extra containers. And, you know,
and if it rains,
yep, exactly.
take advantage of it because you might
Yeah.
really appreciate it 2 weeks down the road.
Yep, definitely. Yeah, so if you get any warning, roll out everything, fill up your bathtub, water bob, stuff like that, and get ready for being a bit more frugal.
Yeah.
As Hillbilly Chicken Ranch says, Bushcraft, we used to use milk jugs for toilet flushing only. I still added a splash of bleach. We also store water in vinegar bottles for the same reason. Right. Good to know. Alright, so yeah, Hugo says there, I have one of those water tester things. I just need to use it. Right. Yeah, you can get any place.
Just
that
use it,
does-
Huda.
Yeah, any place that sells hot tubs or swimming pool cleaning equipment, all that stuff like that, will sell water testing kits, which can become quite useful.
Yeah, those
But-
water testing kits are really good to have. I should buy
Yeah.
some.
I mean, realistically, you know, I've got some, and what do they actually tell you? You know, they tell you the pH level, the chlorine level, a couple of other things maybe. You know, does it make any difference at the end of the day? Could give you an extreme warning that something's really off. But you know, whack it through your water filtration system. You know, put it through your Berkey and stuff like this. I keep saying Berkey. You know, there are alternatives out there for anyone listening.
Yeah.
But they are definitely a good key resource, some sort of type of Berkey water filter system or similar, you know, because yeah, depending on what model you get, it's just top it up and leave it, fill and forget sort of thing. So you know, and the filters last 10 years at least. So definitely a good extender, a good key resource there. Yeah, so looking at things people can do beforehand, you know, we've already mentioned catchment system and stuff like this. Filling up your excess containers or any other container that's going to be spare if you know something's coming. But being proactive around the house and doing general maintenance beforehand. Yeah, you can go around and actually look at, you know, if you've got any leaks, fix them now, sooner rather than later. Because they'll just start, you know, it's amazing how much water will be drained off just through a dripping tap. So check your leaks, check your integrity of your water jerry cans or stuff like this.
Yep.
If you're,
Because you don't want to go down to day 0, right? They say.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And afterwards, if people are come down to some sort of restriction, it's a short-term thing. Get in contact with their water company because they may be entitled to some sort of rebate as well. Depends on what contract they've got. And so as well as fixing any leaks that you've got or identified, you want to bless you. You want to go back
Bless you.
to Gesundheit. Have a look at your get a map out and do a recce of the local area and find out where alternate sources of water are. And you'll be amazed how many there are. And there's websites out there like there's one that you can fill up your water bottles for free. There's garages, gasoline stations, stuff like this, which will always have a water point. They may be running off a different water system, even if it could be 2 miles down the road, 3 miles down the road. But either way, you got to start looking at these things, because when you're starting running low, you're just looking and planning ahead all the time to extend your water resource.
Yeah, exactly, to buy you more time.
Yeah. Look at where your nearest lake is, your nearest pond is, your nearest river. All this sort of stuff. Even start looking towards, if it's a longer term event with big disruption, any sort of building or place with a big catchment roof area, you could even start thinking about maximising that and using that as a collection point. Whether or not you get permission's a different story, but sort of
exactly. I mean,
so seek out and recce all sorts of available water resources you can, and you can put them on the map as well. Put them on the map. Decide how is it going to be easy to get to the routes to and from that resource. Is it likely to be busy with other people thinking about the same sort of thing? You could even seek out natural springs. In Britain here, we've got ever since the Victorian era, there's been free water springs available to the public to use, natural springs as well, and you can drink it straight out of the ground, literally. Plot them on the map, know where they are. Yeah. And likewise, wherever you store it, avoid your precious resource from being contaminated in some way, shape or form.
Yeah, especially if you're going to be using it for drinking purposes.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I was gonna say, guys, like, here in Canada, right now, these guys have only been at this water restriction for, I think, about 9 days. I think today or tomorrow was the 10th day. And this is supposed to last another 2 weeks. Maybe till the end of the month. It might even start, it might still exist at the end of the month, so.
So why have you got these shortages again, Sia?
It's not affecting me directly, but I do know people down there, so that's why I'm concerned. I mean, like I said, people think of Canada, oh, it snows and there's lots of water. So, seeing water restrictions here in Canada, right? And they'll be like, what? It's because this pipe got damaged or whatever, and they had to dig it out and all this stuff. And things just got complicated. Now, water restrictions, they only have half or 40% of the output because there's another treatment plant, but it can only do so much and all that stuff. So the demand is still outpacing the input.
Right.
So, and you know what happens with that, right? It's like your fuel tank; it just keeps going down, right? You're not topping it back off again. So eventually, that day 0 may occur. where where nothing comes out, right?
Yeah.
Which is bad news. This is why I said earlier, why I said that I greatly appreciate Shadow doing
Hey,
this, because
John, good to see you, brother. Long time no
hello.
see.
That's why this is very important to me.
Yeah.
That's why I brought the topic up to him.
Thing is, it can get into quite a bad situation where if it doesn't rain and you're running low on water, then you are sort of getting towards panic stations. Then where do you go? You know, you're starting to thinking about loading up your cans into a truck. Going somewhere where there is water, filling them all up, and coming back home. Or you could even just bug out, really, temporarily, up sticks, turn everything off, close everything down, move out of state, move to your neighbour's house, friend's house, or whatever, and see
Outside the
that
affected
way.
area.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but I mean, for the general sort of householder, it becomes unfeasible, really, to start going into a sort of survival mode when there's infrastructure that exists and still working.
The grid's still up.
Yeah, the grid's still up and stuff like that. You don't want to start going out into the garden, digging holes and making a sort of all this sort of stuff, and trying to tap into the water table and stuff like that. It's just, it's not.
Well, that's
feasible,
4 weeks later.
Yeah, and in most cases, while the grid is still up and there's still, law and order and the event is localized, then they will, send the water bowser to every street.
Yeah,
or,
those big water tanks that they have.
Yeah. I think I said last week, but there's a place called Slab City, California, where anyone can just live there, and they even send a water bowser there every now and then.
Yeah.
People. Yeah. So
and to be a great man or a great person, you would probably want to still line up so your neighbors see you doing it.
People aren't going to be completely screwed. They've just got to change the way they deal with it for the short term until it comes back online. We've had 3 or 4 cases now in the past 2 months where water restrictions have been in place in some parts of England, and they've been fairly sort of localised. One of them was the water source was contaminated. I think it was E. coli or something like that. It was contaminated anyway. So the council bought in bottled water for everyone. You could just come in and take it. Another place was they discovered for the last 30 years that the water source had been contaminated with diesel, and there'd been a sort of fracture in one of the diesel pipes from this petrol station, diesel station. It had been contaminating the water, and when they found out, they shut everything down and just shipped in water again.
I've heard of that before, too.
Right.
Yeah.
Hillbilly Chicken Ranch. A wet soapy washcloth can clean using less water. Yep. Get 2 washcloths wet, 1 to wash with, the other 2 to rinse with. Yep. My parents grew up with well water. Bathing the whole family in 1 wash tub. Yeah. Same here in the 40s and stuff. The old tin bath came out, and if you were lucky, you got in there first. If it weren't, you're the 3rd, 4th, 5th person to get in there out of the family, sort of thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then afterwards, if the water wasn't too bad, you washed the really dirty clothes.
Yeah, probably.
All right. I mean, if it really came down to it. I mean, I've used rainwater to wash clothes before. not so bad.
Well, it works.
Yeah, it's not so bad.
I agree with that.
It smells fresh afterwards too.
What's that? Say that again.
I said it smells fresh afterwards.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's been oxygenated. It's got dissolved gases in it, so it actually smells fresh.
Yeah. I suppose the as with everything, the worst case would be is you have a restriction or a water cut-off during winter when it's really grim outside, unlivable outside, too cold, everything's completely frozen, and then it becomes a bit more difficult. Everything becomes a bit more difficult in the cold.
Mm-hmm.
In the heat, not so bad. You just got to really consider hydration as the number one. Well, as with any time of year, really. But you sweat it out more, and your minerals and your salts and your electrolytes to go with it. So yeah, people got to watch the usage with that.
I guess I got another thing to say. The gardeners out here will agree with me on this, right? Because remember, people still garden, and gardens still need water, So, because in hotter climates, they tend to use mulch more to cover the ground, let's say tomatoes, something along the lines of that, right? So, because it protects, it covers the ground, so there's less evaporation loss. So the water you do use is staying in the ground a little bit longer, not just evaporating into the air. So it's something to keep in mind. It can help for what it is.
Prepper for the Ages says, does anyone use swales to slow down water from just running downhill? What's a swale?
A swale is you're digging this thing along the contour of on your terrain, right? And it's basically used to slow water down so it infiltrates into the ground.
Right.
A lot more. In the permaculture, in the permaculture community, they use that a lot.
I don't know the. Was that you or Shadow's cat?
That's all him. That's him.
Shadow's giving someone.
That's all him. That's his wife. That's his wife. I know that's his wife. Every Saturday she always sneezes.
What's the? What do you say in Sweden, Shadow, for when someone sneezes?
In
Germany, in Germany, you say Gesundheit, good health.
We usually say Prosit.
Right, I can't pronounce that. Sorry.
What he said.
Yeah.
Prosit.
Prosit.
Yeah.
So,
but I mean
go on, Shadow. Sorry, CR.
I was gonna say, back in 2021, when we here in Canada, we had the heat wave that covered like 5 provinces in 4 time zones, right? Temperature was like 35, 36, 37, 98 Fahrenheit, right? The mulch that I put down for my tomato plants helped, because the ground was still wet even midday, like 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So it'll hold it back, right? So,
yeah.
I mean, right now, for these people in Canada that are going for this, it's not that hot, but it's supposed to get hotter. 30, 32 Celsius, so...
Alright, that's what you're getting at the moment, is it? 30-odd degrees?
No, they will be getting it. It's in the forecast. Right now, it's like 20, 30, 24, right? So it's seasonal, quite spring-like, but the summer temperatures are coming. If the heat comes, people are going to sweat more, people are going to drink more. The water consumption is going to go up. Because you want to cool off in the shower, right? Something like that. So
I mean, it's if people can get into this, I mean, it can be strange for someone to live in a place where water is in abundance. You know, you've got loads of lakes, rivers, you've had snowfall and all the runoff, etc. You know, you've got this abundant resource all around you, yet at a moment's notice you could be thrust into a water shortage. This is a sort of thing that people take for granted, and I've heard a lot of people also say that if there's a water shortage, it's not a problem, there's water all around me. But it's not that easy really, because you've got to go and
welcome, Andrew. Good to see you.
Even going to a stream, say there's a river nearby, fine. You go to the river, it's not as easy to get water out of a river as people think. It can be quite dangerous. If the river's fast flowing, etc., there's rocks there, you may not be able to get right to the water's edge as easy. So you then got to come with some sort of creative idea as to how you're going to get the water from the river into your jerry can.
Can you say that again, PB?
Sorry. Yeah, so you might have a fast flowing river. So you've got the danger of falling in or losing your jerry can into the river. How are you going to get the fast flowing river water into your jerry can? All these little small problems people have got to consider when they say, I live next to a river.
How are you done transported?
Yeah, and then get it from the river once you've...
Water's heavy, right? Can you even do it alone?
Exactly, yeah. So,
water, that's quite heavy for a person to lift.
Yeah. Can get quite dangerous, really.
Yeah, that too, right? I mean,
if the river's swollen, it could be silted up or contaminated with something else. So then you're putting grey, silted up, muddy water into a jerry can, for instance. You transport it back, then you've got to go through the procedure then of cleaning that water, making it potable, and so on, processing it. So it's not as easy as it appears on the face of it, really. Yeah, or get, like Vanessa says there, get a pump that you can throw into the river and pump it into your container. I haven't really looked into those. That'll be an interesting one to look at, actually. You can get I know you can get portable shower pumps, and they take they got an internal rechargeable batteries. They're only small things about the size of your fist, and you put them in the container, and it on the other end through a tube, and on the other end is a shower head. I suppose you could use one of those, but a more dedicated one would probably be better. You could use a bilge pump or a water pump that you can get from the hardware store. Put that into the river or pond or something like that to transfer the water.
There's varieties of pumps out there.
Yeah. Got to think about how you're going to power it. Really, that's the main thing.
That's the problem. You either got DC pump, AC pump, or hand pump. I mean, you can get. I have a pump I just picked up from my 55-gallon barrel of off-road diesel, and it doesn't need to be primed. It's got a rubber diaphragm in there. You just crank it around, and that thing will put. I can fill up a 5-gallon or whatever liters that is. I guess a 20-liter container in about a minute.
It's okay, Gil. No problem.
Yeah, there he is. I go.
Yeah, he has his all 4 grandsons over there. So
no, I know he would be up. I know this is right up his alley. Like me.
So those hand cranked pumps, they're similar to the fuel pumps, are they?
Yeah, I mean, you could probably use one of the ones for fuel if you're not going to use it for potable water. Just don't have it in fuel and then put it in the water. If you have a new one, it's just it's a rubber. I forget what they call it. It's like a rubber diaphragm or a rubber impeller, and it swipes the inside, so it actually creates a vacuum. I don't know how low you could lift the water up. But if you have a fast-moving stream and you can at least get next to it, put that in there, you can fill your jerry jugs up on the side of the stream. You can put a hose on it and get it a little further away from so you don't fall in the stream. But I don't know if I'd use that for potable water, but if you need flushing toilets or washing or showering, stuff like that, laundry, sure. It all depends on how clean the stream was and what kind of pump it is.
Garden water.
Rated for water, but they're rated for fuel. But it'll pump water.
Hey, Twin Brookacres, good to see you, brother.
Well,
all these little devices are super handy to know and have at least a couple on hand. I know in my camper van I've got I installed an electric-free water forcing system, and it's basically a pump up, pump down. And it draws on the way up and draws on the way down as well, which is quite good. You could adapt those on the end of a pipe as well if need be, I suppose, but it's a bit labour intensive. Those hand cranked ones sounds a lot better. Alright. Vanessa says, you ever transfer a 55-gallon drum with a hand crank pump? How fit are you?
Well, there you go. I think that the question should be, how thirsty are you?
Right.
Yeah.
You probably
is it done yet?
More sweat than you're moving, eh?
Hey, if you're next to the water and sweating, at least you can cool off real quick. Hopefully.
Yeah, well, yeah. Well, I mean, if you're... water transfer is quite an interesting subject to look at. It sounds quite simplistic, but when you actually get down to the nitty-gritty, instead of trying to tip over a 20-litre, 5-gallon container and put it into a little jug or something like that, and without a funnel, this sort of stuff. These are all the little critical things that people come to realise they should have got beforehand, instead of just saying, I've got 5 big containers of water, etc.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
little
details that make it work.
I was gonna say preparedness veteran. I actually saw that as part of the news article that I was looking up. Someone's using a pot to fill plastic containers with water, even though they were spilling a whole bunch still. I was like, they should have used the funnel.
Yeah, and it sounds simple, but people got dedicated funnels. Worst case, necessity.
Maybe people that bake or cook, or maybe, but
grab that funnel out of the garage you use for putting oil in your truck. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, use that funnel.
Antifreeze. Well, I mean,
I think a lot of the issues, we have lots of great ideas on how to do stuff. I have lots of ideas. I already do a lot of stuff, but it's all in the skill level. I mean, people that don't have much in the way of skills, it's like, how do they know to go buy an electric pump somewhere used, and what plumbing fittings to hook up, and how to make things work? And I mean, it sounds easy for us to say, just run down to the store and buy a pump. Well, if the stores are closed, you ain't buying anything.
Yeah. Definitely. Well, when it comes to funnels, I suppose people can make one.
Yep.
Fashion.
And take that gallon milk jug or 4-liter milk jug and cut the bottom off and flip it upside down. There's your funnel.
Yeah, exactly.
Or a soda bottle or something.
So Vanessa says, look up Terra pumps. Right, I'll have a look at that. I'll put that one in the bank.
Yeah, I've seen those pumps that use the water pressure. I forget the name of it. I watched a bunch of videos on that. Those are cool. But you need to have about 2-3 meters of head pressure to drive it, and it'll pump water up a hill. It's really cool. It uses some kind of pressure. I forget the name of it. Gil probably knows about it.
Right, I've got Terra pumps. I've got that one in the bag.
I need to check those Terra pumps out myself.
Yeah, I mean, like anything else, any sort of disaster or long-term event and stuff like this, or even a short-term event, educating the rest of the family, kids, wife, etc. You might be the font of all knowledge in terms of the head of household and all this sort of stuff, but you've got to install it into your kids as well. Kids,
the reason that you're doing this.
Yeah. leave the tap on, or
Because
leave
remember,
the...
they're young, right? If they have experienced something like this or camping or anything like that, they'd be like, "Why were you doing this? Why were you doing this?"
Yeah, they're probably at the
And that's
age
why.
where they don't appreciate that it's going to run out if you just leave it on,
Yeah.
this sort of thing.
I mean, if they've gone camping or whatever, they might understand a little bit better.
Yeah, that's it, Tammy. A ram pump. I was just looking it up real quick. You do need some plumbing skills to build a ram pump.
Right.
But I guess it's not that much plumbing for that, I guess.
No, it's not. It's like 2 check valves, a flapper valve. I mean, you can buy all that stuff at a plumbing store. It's not cheap right now because most of it's brass.
Okay.
But you can just look up ram pump. I just found one on YouTube that I watched a couple times. How to build a ram pump. And it's pretty cool. I mean, this guy was pumping water up a good, 30, 40 meters above where the pump was. Because it uses air pressure in like a closed container. So as the water comes down the tube, it pressures up the container, and then a check valve shuts, and it shoots the water up the hill. It takes a while. It's not fast. But you don't have to do anything for it. Once you put it together and get it running, it'll just run unless the tube gets clogged. They're really cool. I just don't have enough head pressure on my stream on my property to use one, or I'd already built one. So I just take the tractor down there with a little electric pump, fill up a 55-gallon drum, bring it back to the cabin, and put it up on a post, and hook another electric pump up to it, and I got my shower water.
Oh, that's cool. Man, I'm getting so pumped for this stream now.
I
really am.
You get pumped up, CR.
Here?
Good idea to get some, have some flexibility as well. A load of spare pipes and stuff so that you can adapt to whatever situation you're going to be in.
Mm-hmm.
So you got the ability to make a new line or lay somewhere. Some of that, some black ribs pipe with a pump, and various fittings and fixtures to modify and cannibalize things.
Yeah, PTO pump for a tractor.
Yeah.
Hey, PV, can you get a little closer to your microphone? I'm having I don't know if it's just me. I can hear everybody else. It seems like you're just
No, it's been there. I'm just being nice.
Right.
I had to turn down my volume.
2 secs, I'll change.
That's better.
Yes. We love you, PV.
Yeah, we love you. Get closer to the microphone.
We still love you. We don't want you to hear it.
Yeah, PV is awesome.
Hang on.
Oh, wow, that was great. I can
That
hear
was
you over
great.
the neighbor's lawnmower now.
I was literally eating my mic there, so I'm going to change it.
Yeah, so I have access to so many electric pumps. Yeah, they're 124 volt or 120 volt USA pumps, but the company I work for, we're constantly changing them out for dumb reasons, and they don't want them back. So I have stacks of electric pumps, all different sizes, all different volumes, different horsepower, and they'll all run off of my little 1,000-watt jackery, which is what I use to go down to the stream, and I'll fill up a 55-gallon drum out of the stream with one of the pumps, and then I got another pump. I just lay it down and I run it through some filtration and that just to get the funk out of it from the stream. I'll even throw a little bleach in there just to make sure I killed stuff. I don't drink it, but I have a shower hooked up to it at the cabin. I got all kinds of things hooked up, and I can wash my dishes and that, and not sit there and break my back. I'll boil the water first, but won't drink it. Just use it for everything. But I got a composting toilet, so I don't worry about flushing anything. And the plants love it when I drink beer at night. So
That is good to have several different pumps with different volumes. It's nice.
Yeah.
It's good to have. You never know when you need them.
Yep. Like Gillo says, learn a new skill.
Yeah,
Pick a skill.
exactly.
Just try something. I've been learning new skills my whole life, and every now and then I got to put a whole bunch of them together. I haven't used them forever.
And try stuff out too, right?
Yeah.
You know, you want to try out a pump or whatever, try something else. Do it now before the emergency happens. That way, you know, if you make a mistake, it's not a big deal, right? You'll learn from it, right? Learn to make the mistake beforehand.
Not like I can't hop in a truck and run down to the store and get something if I can't make it or build it or break something right now.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
at least I know
but
what happened, why it went wrong, and what to do to fix it, and move on
because
from there.
again, it comes back to, you know, you're not doing it when the emergency happens because the stress level goes up, right? Because you need it to work, right? Absolutely need it to work.
Yep.
So, and besides, you gain experience through the process. You know, it won't be your first time the next time, all right? Because the thing is about doing something for the first time is that, especially if you need it to be done or to work, that's a lot of pressure. You know what I mean? And so you're trying to fix something really fast, right? Because even right now,
everything's going wrong at once. You got to pick your priorities at that point.
There's nothing worse than doing a David Banner in the middle of a situation. And and Pete Tong, you know. You also got to have... I mean, I've got various spare lengths of hose and stuff like this, which are coming super useful for things like this. But the attachments to go from a hose to the actual external tap or faucet that you see dotted around places. I don't know what it's like in other countries, but here in Britain, every churchyard has got a tap, an external tap that they use, and most of them are probably used for the grounds in and around the church and the cemetery and stuff like this. So if anyone's ever short of water, they can always go to a church, but you've got to have the fitting to screw onto the tap to begin with as well.
And sometimes if they have a garden hose on the side of the building, you need that special square key to turn the water on and off because they don't put a regular faucet handle out there.
Silcock key,
Yep.
Yeah, I agree.
That would be the key.
Funny.
That's the key to everything.
In fact, Sawyer filters, they do a good device. It's one that goes straight onto any tap or faucet, and then you just turn the tap on, and the pressure from the tap goes straight through and feeds and comes out just like a regular filter, and it's filtered water. They're quite good. I think they're called the Sawyer tap. I'll have to Google it.
Yeah, that's correct. Sawyer tap.
Sawyer tap, yeah, they could be quite a useful little tool to have. They're getting quite expensive though to buy. The price has shot up recently.
I wonder why.
Well, yeah, in the last couple of years, it's almost doubled in price, that stuff. And it comes down to, I mean, for instance, we've said this many times now, is the bottled water that may turn up on the back of a truck to bolster people's supply up. Hey,
Hendo, good to see you, brother.
Hey, Hendo.
Hey, Hendo.
And thanks for the thumbs up.
Bottled water on the back of a truck bottled water, full stop, is not subject to the same testing regime as stuff that comes out your tap in various countries. Definitely not here, and it may be advisable to filter that as well if need be. But I mean, it's splitting hairs really. If it's deemed potable, you're coming down to resources. Then you've got to trust your kit. Do you trust the bottled water that comes on the back of a truck if you're in that situation or not? But filtration systems is it's got to be a number one priority for anyone who's concerned about preparedness. Like we said, water's number one resource. Without it, you'd be dead. You're only as good as the water filter you've got, and if you haven't got a water filter, then your body becomes the filter. So in the short term, maybe okay. Long term, it'll be a problem. Chris Ryan from Bravo 20, when he did his epic escape and evasion in Iraq, Gulf War One. He ended up drinking some real dodgy green radioactive type water, which was like run off from some sort of chemical plant or whatever it was. So, you know, okay in the short term, because those things, if you get immediate help afterwards and the days and weeks following, then you can sort yourself out. But in the longer term, definitely a problem. And, you know, things like water treatment tablets, pool shock, or anything like this, it is a finite resource. Where do you go after that? You're literally down to the longevity of your filters, whatever filter system you're using, or you're boiling your water. Or your well or your aquifer. If it's not contaminated. Yeah, well, if it's not contaminated, you know. How do you know if it's contaminated? With something that's tasteless and stuff. Yeah, exactly, you know.
You don't know exactly what. Just because you can't see doesn't mean it's not there, right? You can't see bacteria, but we all know it's there.
And without some sort of elaborate testing system, you can't really test for
every last thing.
Yeah. You know,
microplastics, microbes, pesticides, heavy metals,
stuff.
Heavy metals, all that stuff. Yeah.
And I've said many times before as well, you know, it's 1 litre of oil will contaminate 1 million litres of groundwater. You may not be able to see it. You may be able to, you probably be able to taste it maybe, but...
Yeah. And there are certain things filtering doesn't actually remove, unless you're getting something really high end as a filter. You know, something like salts, for example. Yeah,
salts and stuff like that.
Unless you got a reverse osmosis or you're distilling it.
Yeah, reverse osmosis is quite a golden solution, but so expensive. But
yeah, because who has that? I don't have that.
Oh no.
I don't have that.
I mean, I've got a layered system. I start off with a millbank bag, which is basically a tight knit woven canvas bag. Then you got to boil it. Water purification tablets. I've got some larger purification tablets that does 25 litres at a time. Then I go into things like I've got my soya minis, soya squeeze, lifesaver water bottle. Going up from there, it's into my Berkey system. I've got 2 of those. And then
what I'm saying is, like, because if you look at people on the desert island, distillation seems to be one of the ways they approach it, right?
Yeah.
So, because if it's gonna be sunny the whole time, right? You know, you got a swimming pool or a kiddie pool or one of those wading pools, then you might consider it.
Yeah, the only problem with the distillation process is if you're not in a hot area, you're then relying on fuel to condense the water, boil it and condense it.
Yeah.
I mean, we're in midsummer here now, and there's no way you could do any sort of that sort of stuff here. So this method, a push. But if you get into those sort of situations, you are in a dire straits. I suppose people have got to tailor their situation as well to their environment.
Yeah.
So, you know, you indicated there, if you live next to farmlands, you want to start considering runoff and chemicals and herbicides, fungicides, everything that runs off of farmland that they spray on them these days.
Yeah. You know, if it, like I said, if it's gonna be sunny and hot, well, you might consider distillation as an option.
Yep. Yeah.
At least to supplement it, I should say, right? Not to supplement the supply of water you can have. A little bit more, right? You know, maybe that's for that cup of coffee in the morning or something like that.
And Rebel Candace says, true. You know, with a soy filter and the same with any filtration system, really. if it freezes, it will damage it, potentially split the membranes inside, and it won't be effective.
And the same thing if you by accident drop the filter on the ground, it can damage the filter as well.
Yeah.
I did that not so long
Crack
back
the
with.
casing.
I've got a water bottle that I use every day called a water to go water bottle, and it's a plastic. It's a unique fitting on top with an integral filter, so you can't interchange it with any other body of container, any other water bottle. And I dropped it, and it split the sides, so I had to replace that. Single point of failure type jobby.
Oops.
Yeah. Well, it kind of gets expensive as well.
Yeah.
No, but what I'm saying is about the distillation is like it is possible with stuff on that. Yeah, especially you got sunlight coming in, it's warmer out, 30, 90 Fahrenheit weather. Because it just does it itself, right? You know, you just set it out there with collection.
Yeah.
The little pebble in the center. Right? You can do it with a little wading pool.
If you're doing that sort of thing, you got to really think of scale.
Yeah.
Consider
the larger
how much
the distill, the larger the still is.
Consider how much it's actually going to yield at the end of the day, and is it? Well, it'll obviously contribute, but is it going to sustain you for your needs? And if you're doing it in hot weather, which it will be, then your demands and needs for water will go up as well.
But if you have the area, let's say like a backyard, well, just fill up the whole backyard with a bunch of them. All right, more stills, right? Because even in those island survival stories, right, the more stills they have.
Learn those skills. Hey, Shadow, I got to roll here. It was great to be on again. I'll look for the one next weekend. I got some stuff I got to take care of here. So you guys, good seeing you all again.
No problem.
Yeah, no worries. A good chat with you, and have a good week.
You too. Thanks,
guys. Nice having you here, buddy.
Take care, Mark.
One thing we used to use when we deployed in vehicles and stuff like that, and it was a golden sort of resource. It was the metal bowl, the metal wash bowl, universal item that is. Do all sorts with it, and it's so convenient and handy to have. And you don't really see them in houses anymore. I suppose the closest thing you'll get to it one in a house would be either a very, very large saucepan, which you don't really see, or a plastic washing up bowl.
Yeah.
The metal one's obviously a bit better because they're more robust and stuff like that.
Yeah. And by the way, speaking of Berkey filters, those are really expensive.
Yep.
And the filter rods are really expensive as well.
Yeah. I've had mine for, I've got two Berkeys. I've got a travel one.
Yeah.
I've had that for coming up to 10 years. So I'm looking at replacing those two in there. And I've got a Royal, is it a Royal or an Imperial? One of the two. And they're going to need replacing.
And if the filter rods, they cost at least $150.
Yeah, I mean they're £150 each,
and that's for one.
Yeah, yeah, they're bloody expensive.
Oh yeah,
they have got they're not the be all and end all of things. They have got their flaws with them. I notice when you fill them up, the top reservoir that doesn't all completely fill into the bottom one because there's like a 1 centimeter pool of water that sits in the top all the time.
Yeah.
You do need to take them out and scrub them every now and then, depending on what water you put in the top. The failure points on those, if you've got the plastic faucet on them, that's quite fragile. If you knock that can break. Priming them isn't that easy. and the actual rubber grommets, the rubber gaskets.
Yeah.
When you do them up from the other end, the plastic screw bit, they can be over tightened, and if you cross thread them, that's the whole thing buggered really. So they're quite fragile in that respect. But once you got it, you set it up, put it aside in the corner somewhere, and you fill it up every now and then, and keep cycling through. Then fine, no problem. But yeah, super expensive. I'd say super expensive, but they are worth it in the end. I think once it's a real good investment. And it's a good peace of mind when you got a Berkey. I've got to say, when I got my first one, I thought, well, top one, big tick in the box for water processing, potability, prep, etc., etc.
Yeah.
But apart from that, I mean, you go down the scale and the other systems that you've got. You got the other Berkey type of water filtration systems on the same scale. You've got a British Berkfield water filtration system, which is almost just the same. They call them candles. They're a white ceramic type of filtration rod that goes inside. You've got the ProPure ones as well, etc. Other makes. But you go down the scale from there, and it's a bit of a gap, really. You're into like personal water filtration bottles, or the Sawyer minis, you've got the MSR ones.
Good to see you.
Hey, Peace Journey. And
PJ.
there's a bit of a gap really. You got the camping ones, which the flow rate isn't really conducive or helpful if you're doing it every day. Yes, no worries. If you're doing it day in, day out, every day, to supplying yourself with drinking water every time, it's a long, slow, laborious process. Even worse if you're using reverse osmosis, because if anyone's used a reverse osmosis pump, you're talking like 20 pumps for a couple of drops of water. It gets quite intense. Really is slow. I think one to look at if money is an issue with people is to get one of these water filtration systems, which are like a big dry bag. They hold about 20 litres of water plus.
Oh, the gravity fed.
Yeah, it's 20 litres of water plus.
I think Lifestyle makes a version of one.
Do they? Right. They've got a dedicated
missionary or the family edition or whatever. Yeah, includes inline water filtration.
They're useful to have because they're just to basically fill it up and leave it jobby, and it does its own job then. And it's a large volume system as well. Water pitchers are all right. Peace Journey. I haven't really found a water pitcher that can match, say, a Berkey or any of the other.
Well, it's the price, right? I mean, like there's a little bit more in Berkey than.
Well, even stuff like the Sawyer ones, the MSR ones, the Life Systems ones, Lifesaver ones. Sorry, they don't really match the flow rate or the filtration pores. For me, the golden solution, the top of the tree when it comes to water filtration, water processing, etc., etc. If anyone's interested, look at the Lifesaver website. The Lifesaver, they produce, I think they go over the top in some respects because they produce basically pure water. And pluses and minuses. Okay, it does its job. However, is it good to drink pure water all the time? Are you going to deprive yourself of minerals and salts at the end of the day?
Just eat.
Yeah.
Just eat stuff with that stuff then.
So they're the top of the tree, but they are really expensive. Really expensive. Yeah.
Yeah, there are some cheaper ones too.
Well, what I'm saying is nothing can match the functionality and the ability to produce pure water than Lifesaver.
I can see here they have Lifesaver Wayfarer for 995 crowns, which is a
Yeah.
decent price. The Lifesaver jerry can that cost 300. Let's say it's around $350. So
Yep.
that's a lot of money for that one.
The Lifesaver jerry can is top notch. They really are. They double up as a shower as well because it's pressurized, and it comes with optional extra as a shower head, so you can use it as a shower. But they are top notch. They are. What they don't tell you is well, you do if you read the small print, is the Lifesaver water bottles, and probably the same with the cubes and jerry cans. They come with an integral carbon filter, and it doesn't last as long as the stated other filter that comes with it.
So yeah. I've seen that before too.
Yeah,
it's much less.
Yeah, so you got to think, and the spares as well. They are, well, like I said, they're good kit, but they are super expensive. Really are. Yeah. So I mean, yeah, there's cheaper options out there, definitely. And if it comes to it, and you got the fuel to do it, boil at the end of the day.
I was thinking here, as a real world example here again, right? Let's say, for example, you're not as prepared as some individuals here. You don't have the income, fixed income, whatever, right? You're plunged into this water restriction thing, right? What would you guys do right away on day one? Because right now, people here in Canada have already experienced this for like a week, right? Maybe other people might experience this in the future, or next week, or later this year, right? And they're like, they don't got the income to buy Berkey, or whatever, right? Maybe they do a little bit of gardening. Maybe they have to want one barrel that they collect with rainwater. Maybe they already got some low flow faucets, right? They got they already got a break in the toilet and stuff like that. But what else, right?
For me, I would say, right. So you got your water store if you've got one.
Yeah, let's just say let's say they had some bottled water just because they go out or whatever, right?
You'd probably have to.
But it's not like a big, like supply of water.
Yeah.
For what it is.
Right. If anyone's got any form of catching water from the roof or anything, fine. Employ that straight away. If they haven't, then you'd probably allocate someone to start investigating and doing a constant round robin of filling up water containers. It'll be a constant trip all the time. If it gets to the point where it's not feasible because it's too far away and you're using too much fuel to get there and back and so on, I'd consider moving closer to the water point in some way, shape or form, friend's house, motel or whatever. If that's not feasible, it probably isn't because it's an expensive option, then you're probably reliant on the state bringing water in, or using standpipes and stuff like this. It's basically, it's almost black and white. You either got it or you haven't. If you haven't got it,
you got the water, you don't.
Yeah, if you have got it, fine. If you have got the means to get more water, like runoff from roof, rivers and streams and so on, fine. Tick in the box. It's not much of a problem. If you haven't, then you are literally reliant on someone else. Who that someone else is the question. So you should have already reckoned where water points are. I.e., there might be a free tap or free water availability from restaurants, shops, places like that. Local wells, if that's available, springs, if that's available. Or you just literally go out and buy your own water to drink. Which isn't, if we really think about it, for a short-term period, let's say we're looking at a 3-month period, it's not that much, because how much is a 5-litre bottle of water or a gallon bottle of water? A couple of dollars, I suppose, I guess. And that's enough to drink, but then you're into the washing situation. Then that's a different ball game altogether.
See, preparedness mentor. One of the things, like I've said before, when I go camping, if it rains and I'm not near a water source, I'll always use the rainwater to start washing, especially the socks I'm wearing, because frankly, I don't want to put stinky socks back in my bag if I don't have to. It just refreshes them, right? So that way, yeah, it's easy enough to do. Just hang some paracord after, like a clothesline, and yeah, I'm good.
Yeah. It's a good idea that Vanessa just said there. If you got a kiddie's paddling pool, get that rigged up in the garden. When it rains, you're catching it and immediately storing it. That's a good little one to do.
Yeah. Even if
I agree with that.
Even if you have to like divert, let's say, use a clothesline or some, you hang up some poles or some paracord to funnel that water, so you have more surface area to gather the water.
Yeah.
Into it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like using a tent on the corner of a tent. It's the same thing.
Yeah. If you're at that sort of stage, for a water restriction, that's a bit dire. Everybody should be given water by the state at worst case scenario. It's happened here many times in the within this year in Britain. The council turned up with a big truck and it's just full of water. It's an emergency contingency method, so that's the worst case scenario for people. But you don't want to really rely on that method because you want to be as self-sufficient and less reliant on other people as possible. So if it rains, fine, do that sort of thing. You'd be stupid not to really get harvest as much as you can, like you say.
Especially if you know the situation's gonna last a couple more weeks still, at least. Like there's no end in sight, right? I mean, you might make the difference later down the road.
Yeah, because they might say, the water's going to come back on in a couple of weeks. What if it doesn't? Some other problem might occur while they're fixing it.
Yeah.
I mean, when we're doing various bits of survival training in the army, you went down into the realms of dew catching methods, where you'd collect and harvest the dew and the runoff in the morning, stuff like that, and breathing through your nose, minimal talking, this sort of thing, because you're expelling moisture and all that sort of stuff. But that's really extreme situations. That's out of the realms of this sort of thing, I'd suggest. So I mean,
preparedness mentor. I just read that page on SSA Survival Guide. It's on the water section. It says that. Breathe through your nose and all this stuff.
Oh, right. Yeah.
No,
basic survival training.
Yeah, right. Keep that in mind, right? Keep that in mind.
Just about everyone in the British Army used to get this. Part of the survival package was this film, and it was an RAF survival film, Royal Air Force survival film. And one of the things it depicted this sort of scenario in the desert where this bloke had crashed, and help wasn't arriving immediately, and he explained what you'd do, and minimal movement, ration sweat, not water, all that sort of scenario. He was making these dew catchers, overhead shelter, minimal movement, minimal talking, breathing through your nose, etc., etc. It was all in that sort of film. It's probably that film probably got it from Lofty, actually.
Yeah. Prepper for the Ages says, whenever there's a drought here, I leave a heavy pan of water out for the wildlife. Everything uses it from bees to the coyotes.
Yeah, if you're talking about spare water, really.
Yeah.
I mean, when in the water in winter, it's not that much of a problem. You got ice to harvest and process at worst case as well. The thing is, another thing people got to consider with a water restriction is you may not be using all your plumbing in these sorts of times. So you may be going down the road to a provision point for water, for instance, where you might be using, the water might be switched on for a couple of hours a day and all this sort of stuff. So the other water in your systems that you would have used, say you're only using the downstairs toilet instead of the upstairs toilet, or vice versa, you're only using one of the showers you've got in your house, all your plumbing isn't being used. So the excess water that's lying in those other pipes during the winter months can freeze and damage. So people have got to be aware of that as well. And then when all the water comes back on, you suddenly find you're springing a leak from everywhere.
Yeah, that wouldn't suck.
Oh, by the way, I'm co-streaming it now. By the way.
Yeah, I know.
By the way, I'm co-streaming it now.
Ah, right,
Yeah.
okay.
That's okay. Feel free to do so.
So we're done bringing in more audience here. Yeah, well, I don't use, but this is an important topic because it affects all of us. We all need it. It doesn't matter if you're a gardener, you're into preparedness, or some sort of environmentalist. We all we all care for it because we all need it.
You can even start employing, unique methods. If you haven't got a tarp or anything like this, get an umbrella, invert the umbrella, and you've got an immediate catchment. If you're in a high-rise building or a flat or anything like this, get onto the roof. Every available container that's not being used, put it on the roof. Catching your water and so on.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Vanessa says her cellars.
If you got dirty,
Go on.
I was gonna say, if you got dirty clothes, if it's pouring outside, that's a nice fast rinse.
Yeah, true. Yeah, get out there, and if it's warm enough, you can shower in it as well.
Because let's remember, people do construction or whatever. They gotta wash their clothes. People in the hospitality restaurant industry, they gotta have clean clothes for work, right? So,
Yeah. Yeah, if you
keep that in mind, right?
A lot of people on boats and stuff like this, what they also do is they either, all they do is they come back to the boat after finishing work, and they make a tea or coffee or whatever, they drink the water and stuff like that. But what they also do is they either get a gym membership or go to a leisure centre or a leisure facility where there's a swimming pool, places like this, and they use their facilities to have a shower with, to use their water, because it's a finite resource on a boat. You've only got what's in your water tank, so it enables them to stay there longer. So there's many places which you can do that sort of stuff. There's service stations on motorways, if you live near one of those, which some have showers and facilities for truck drivers. You've got toilets, public toilets you can use. Leisure facilities like gyms, sports clubs, swimming pools. They've all got showers. They've all got access to water. If that's depends how localized.
But the thing is, veteran, see, even here with the water restrictions happening in that area, the first thing they did was no pools, no recreational use, so no ice skating rinks, no swimming pools, no hot tubs, none of that.
Yeah. So
so that's out of the question right away.
For your situation now, how widespread an area is it?
It's affecting a whole city, a whole town, 1 million people. So
in order to go out of that sort of zone, you're talking a 10 to 15 mile trip.
You would have to leave the whole area. Go to another town or city or whatever, right? At least.
Yeah. So I mean,
not everyone can do that.
If you could do that once a week, it wouldn't be so bad. If you put all your jerry cans into the back of your truck or your car or whatever it is, travel out the city to the point in which there is water, fill them all up and come back in. That could be a feasible option for someone. I'll suggest it wouldn't be a feasible option.
But you probably wouldn't want to do a large amount.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
If you had a van or a truck, right, something you can fill a lot in.
Yeah.
Is it worth it? Because it's going to be expensive in terms of fuel, right? Because you're weighing down the vehicle quite a bit.
Yeah, a case of priorities, I suppose. I mean.
Yeah, What's more important, the fuel or the water?
Yeah. When I was on my boat, a couple of times we've been running lower water because the water point we were planning to go to was out of action. So we'd have to go to the next water point, so you're talking another 2 days on. So in some cases, or if we want to stay in a certain place for longer, then I'd get me bike out, me bike trailer, put jerry cans in there, and then do a couple of shuttle runs backwards and forwards, which isn't, it's not that bad if you're talking.
Yeah, maybe do it early in the morning before it gets too hot, right? Something like that. Avoid sweating more than you need to, right?
Yeah.
Work smart, right? Don't do that during the mid-afternoon.
Well, yeah. And if you got, say, a pedal-assisted bike or an electric bike, then it's even better.
Yeah. Because right now, like I said,
yeah,
water restrictions, but the grid's still up, right? So you still have access to electricity. So, try to use it to help you out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, if you can, there's still some water.
A water restriction I'd suggest would be pretty localised. The grid would probably be on. If the grid goes down, then the water, gone. Completely new ball game there.
Oh yeah, that's just amplify everything.
Any sort of water restriction that happens is as a result of some incident somewhere, whether it be a burst water main to a burst dam and so on and so on, or low water levels.
Kincaid Outdoors, good to see you.
Kincaid, how you doing? So there is the emergency planners will start to kick in various contingencies and actions and events and put the ball in motion. People would have to then look at the allocation of water they will be given or offered, and then modify their behaviour and come up with different extra contingencies to cater for what their needs are. Probably, I'd suggest that the allocation that people will be given would be well under what they expect to be given in most cases. Or if there's a central point where you can go and get water off the back of a truck or a Bowser or bottled water somewhere, then they've got to consider carrying it.
Well, there's probably going to be limits, obviously, right? Or how much you can have.
Yeah, and it'll probably be the case of it's an everyday event or twice a day, maybe in some cases. Daily
first come,
water
first serve.
Yep. Then they've got to modify their behaviour then, their day, their calendar to cater with their daily water run.
Yeah, if it shows up at noon, right? You're working. Who's gonna pick it up? Your wife, your kids.
Yeah.
And you need it, right? Everyone knows you're gonna need it, right? So someone's gotta be there.
Yeah. And then, is there going to be trouble? You're fighting over a key resource. Are you going to turn up and there's only half a pallet left and there's like 30 people wanting the water off that pallet because everyone's turned up at lastminute.com and so on. So they've got to gauge.
People trying to bribe you. Hey, I'll give you 20 for it or whatever, right?
Yeah. Then they've got to gauge and recce.
Some people may consider that.
The busy times as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Right. Another 5 minutes.
Comes back to. I'm just gonna say PV, then it comes back to what you have, right? So you could be like, yeah, I'll barter with you here. I'll barter with you.
I mean, right, so the scenario is, do you use your own water first or the water that turns up on the back of the truck? Now,
it depends what you're using it for.
Yeah, well, you probably use your own reserves or preps as your your last minute emergency supply and go on with everyone else. Yeah. And everyone else is thinking,
because you want to stay gray man and kind of be like, hey, I'm in line with you guys too, kind of deal.
Yeah. We're all getting water from the truck.
I know, I never see you.
Yeah, we're all getting water from the truck, and Joe next door isn't getting any water. Why is that, Joe? What are you drinking? Oh, that's all right. I've got an
People
underground
would
reservoir.
people would know. Yeah, people would know.
Welcome, Broke.
Oh, you've got an underground reservoir. What else have you got? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know.
But yeah, well, yeah. So how people cook has got to be modified. Like I said, the type of food you're eating. You wouldn't then, so anyone out there
Rice, beans, spaghetti, pasta all need water.
yeah, anyone else out there who's prepped and all they've stored is
Soups.
dehydrated or freeze dried stuff, or you need water to cook it, then it's a bit of a more demanding situation then. So.
Yeah. Especially things that you have to soak for a little bit, like beans. Although the soaking of beans, at least you can reuse the water. But if you cook rice, that all comes out as steam. So unless you're recovering that steam, you're gonna lose that water.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to prefer canned food as the more robust option. You just heat the can up and away you go.
Yeah, that is what I prefer myself.
And
yeah, that could be an option.
You can when you finished eating that, you got the can as an extra resource to use for other things, to make things, and you got the raw metal there, and so on and so on. If you're using just dehydrated food, then a lot more water, definitely not.
Well, then it comes back to diversifying the food, right? So you have different options, right? You have the lightweight food if you gotta leave. You have water. You have food that doesn't require extra water to cook or prepare with. Just case for this. If the grid's down, you got this. All these options, right? So whatever option works better, right? Because the more options you have, at least then you have the choice.
The dehydrated stuff and the freeze-dried stuff is okay for a bug-out situation if you're going to start thinking about lightweight stuff like that, or
get home bags.
Or novelty food stuff to break from the norm. The boil in the bag pouches are a bit heavier. They're okay for mobile use and all that sort of stuff on the back of a wagon or a get home. No water required. Well, there is water required because you've got to boil in the bag, or you could put them in there. You just heat the actual pouch up as well, whether it be on an engine block or chemical heater. Oh yeah, I've done that many times. No.
I know you again.
Yeah. If anyone hasn't heard that, boil in the bag. You pull up somewhere, put the boil in the bag in the engine bay. It heats it up quite quick and stuff. Just make sure it doesn't melt it. And then so I think canned food is definitely the more robust, definitely.
And broke loaded juices, plus drink the canned food juices. Yeah.
Oh,
that
reminds me.
All designed. Yeah, go
on. About the paper plates, or I'm not a big fan of using though. Don't get me wrong, but if it came down to it, because even the news that some of these articles I've been hearing about, they have been saying that, right? So people are tempting into that. I mean,
oh, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's because it's amazing how much actual water you need for washing up as well. Yeah. There's funnily enough, I've got some old nuclear survival manuals. One of them they dished out to everyone in Britain was what's it called?
Hey, Second Star.
Can't remember the name of it, but anyway.
What up, Star?
Second Star, how you doing? In there, one of the recommendations was to save water is use a sandbox. So basically, it's a little box, 1 foot square type box, shallow box, 2 inches or 3 inches of sand in there, and you use that to wash up with. And you get your plate or whatever you're using, your knife, fork, spoon, and stuff like that, and it just absorbs the moisture, and it does an effective sort of first stage clean, and it does save quite a lot of water in that way as well. So things like that.
Well,
not to...
yeah. It's just like if you use what I said earlier. If the rainwater is relatively clean, relatively speaking, all right, you can use them to at least rinse the dish, with then use your clean fresh water to kind of sanitize it at the end, kind of
Yeah.
That's a good way of approaching it too. So
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
if you had
Right. So,
rice and beans, for example, you use that water they use to soak soak the beans in, right? Use that to wash the dishes later.
yeah, or even like you say, use paper plates, or not even bother with plates. You can either eat out of the can or eat out of the food pouch.
Or out of the pot.
Or out of the pot, yeah, big communal pot. Everyone digs in. Get
Yeah.
your racing spoon
Yeah.
out, we used to call it.
Yeah. If you're in a family together, not a big deal.
We used to have a thing called on exercise. You take turns in cooking and stuff for the four of you. So you get your racing spoon out, and you got this big pot full of chili or whatever mash up you've thrown in there and cooked up. And everyone gets their spoon out, and there's always one guy with this super huge spoon. And you're all racing to get your sort of portion,
We're talking about water.
Yeah. Well, you need water to cook it, but
yeah.
Right.
I figured you would notice. I just happen to have the water CR icon on. Hello.
Right. There you go.
Yeah, remember. Yeah. Anyways, preparedness veteran, is always a pleasure to hear from you.
Yeah, I've got to shoot off. Shadow, CR.
Yeah, no problem.
It's definitely.
Don't worry, I'll take over, like usual.
Definitely something to think about for anyone listening out there. Look at your own situation, adapt to it. Come up with some sort of, extender, water catchment, and so on. If any prepper out there hasn't got a water storage plan or cans now fill up and ready to go, then they've got to look at their situation drastically. Apart from that,
look what's happening.
Yeah. Yep.
It's just a matter of time. It might just come to your area, and you'll be grateful you have it.
It's amazing. I don't think people really appreciate how delicate the water supply system is. Because not only is it reliant on electricity, but you've got the fuel pipelines, the processing plants, all this sort of
infrastructure.
Stuff. Yeah, all fitting together and ensuring it works. I mean, there's one thing in here in UK that we say is they keep going on about water wastage and stuff like this, but the biggest wasters of water is the actual water companies, because they've got so many leaks. They lose more water through leaks than people are, using water unnecessarily. So if the system is that fragile, it's not. It's like the road system. It only takes one little tiny event, and the impact is huge. So yeah, people have got to really consider what they're doing and appreciate the vulnerability of the system.
Hey Thor, good to see you.
Anyway, that's me. I'm off. And
all right, take care, PV.
Hello, Thor. Goodbye, Thor. See you, Shadow. Catch you in a bit.
Yeah, see you later.
Later.
Oh, so,
don't worry, everyone. I'm still here too.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. Oh man, I can't spell correctly today. Second Star wanted to join, so and Second Star is on your he came from your side. That's right. Let's see if second star pops up. But, well, let's see if he works. You know, well, where I live, um, okay, second star. I just do like this. I uploaded, put out that link again later. Um, I don't want that link to be up for too long. Where did this ER go? Hey, Canadian Family Life, good to see you. Don't know if anyone mentioned it, but with the well, gotta watch for contamination threats. Yeah, that too. Um, See our co-streaming from my channel, so that's why there are people who popping up, and that's why. um, Has anyone considered using a solar water heater to disinfect water? Uh, no, not really, but that sounds like a good idea to me. Ah, there you are, Sierra.
Sorry, I lost connection there. I hope it's still
Okay,
streaming.
okay, that's happens.
It's so if I leave, it stops the stream on my side because now I have to do it, set it back up again. Ah, it's so
Ah,
annoying.
okay.
Ah,
Uh,
keep talking. I gotta set this back up again. Remember the self.
uh,
Don't when you co-stream. If you DC or refresh, you have to start it again. Because if you did it, then it would probably still be going. But since I'm not there, yeah.
Sierra, do you ever considered using a solar water heater to disinfect water?
Hold on a second. Is my stream still going?
A solar water heater to disinfect water would be a pretty good idea, actually.
No, is it still streaming on my side? It's because I don't have a split device to open it.
Yeah, that one comes from Kincaid Outdoors.
Well, I'm assuming he's still there. He came in on my side too.
Thor says we are trying to budget for a windmill for our well so we can still pump if we lose power. That sounds like an awesome idea, Thor.
Yeah, sorry. I need to charge my headset. That's why.
Don't let the bugs and critters in your water storage. I agree with that.
Yeah.
Please call me Colin, folks. Okay,
Yes, that's Colin, by the way.
good to know. I don't know people's name. But if he says call me Colin, well, I agree with that.
Well, I'm
I'm on board
assuming that
now.
my
Okay.
stream's still going then on my side then. This is the first time I've actually cold streamed, so I don't know. That's like
Yeah, I
at
know.
times. Because if Colin's, because Colin's still on my side. You're watching it on my side, aren't you, Colin? I'm assuming he is. So I'm assuming I'm still going. Anyways, that's just 3 minutes for sure.
Tuck by V. Good to see you here.
Hello, hello.
He comes from your side.
Oh, okay,
CR.
okay. I guess the stream's still going on my side.
Because
Okay.
he has a link symbol on his name.
Oh, yeah, okay. That explains it then. Okay. At least now I know. If you have to refresh or come back in, the stream keeps going. On the co-host side.
Yeah.
Alright. Yeah, you
CR has severe static. Yeah, I know.
I hate the mic control. I don't know why it does that only
You're
on
still
stream.
streaming, CR? Well, he co-streaming.
Yeah, it's co-streaming. Because actually, this is the topic I gave him. So, and I wanted to talk about it myself anyways.
Traditional hand comforter splits you can buy on Amazon for cheap now. Okay, good to know.
Anyways, I missed the question that you guys were asking earlier.
Hey, Bob.
Hello, Bob. Alright. I missed the question you guys were asking earlier.
That about solar heater?
I mean, if you get sunlight, yeah.
Solar water heater to disinfect water.
I mean, it's possible, right? It's a UV type of thing, right? Usually you need a clear bottle to do that, and it takes some time to do that. But that ideally works with more clear water, not cloudy water.
Yeah.
So that's just another option to consider on top of everything else, right? The water filtration, distillation, UV, water purification tablets, chemical treatment of whatever, right? Bleach or whatever, right? Pool shark, whatever, right? Those are all options, right? That should be on the table. You know, especially if you're having to source out the water itself.
Yeah.
Because I think the last thing you want is some diarrhea or something like that. That's the last thing you want to happen. But then again, you need the water to consume for drinking purposes. Or like how I say, for the coffee. You might want in more. Hey, it's Canadian Family Life. Hi.
Tech by V says, water can be boiled in a solar oven. I don't yet have one myself. Yeah.
Or you take a long, like an hour or so to pasteurize it.
Yeah, that would basically take a long time.
However, it depends what you have access to. Like I said, if it's sending out that whole day, right? You just sit it out there, you set it and forget it, right? You sit, chill in the shade. Because you're not actually doing the physical work. And the thing, I should remember, the water restriction that's happening here in Canada right now in that place, there's a fire ban. Right? So you're not using fire out there. Right? But solar's an option, right? Remember, it is sunny out right there, right now, right? So solar ovens, right? Could be an option, right? Especially with a fire ban, you can't, let's say you want, whatever, right?
Yeah.
You could do something like that. You know what I always say, Shadow, the more options you have, the more choice you have, the better choice you can make because you have more options.
Yeah, I agree.
Whatever is best at that scenario or situation, right? It's cardio, or use something else. Oh, hey, it's sunny and clear up. I'm going to use the solar option. I just have to sit it out there and come back a little bit later, an hour or so. And I'll be good.
Tammy says, my great-grandparents' home had a cistern, but cisterns come with a history of bacteria problems. Yeah, they do. They have a history of bacteria problems. Dispensary is very rare in true natural springs. You have more of a chance to get sick only from water sources with that within 15 miles of a city.
Hmm.
Dysentery.
Hmm. You know, I should start using that word. I should actually
Yeah,
start using that word on the chat. It's got CR in it. I might as well start using it.
yeah,
So anyway, Shadow, I was gonna say, like I said earlier, before I start the stream of this, when I was
yeah,
asking, anyways, some other people just joined us on my side. Like I said, right now here in Canada, there's a place where there's water restrictions. Right, first
yeah,
day, cut your usage by 25%. Next day or two, cut your water usage by another 25% on top of that. Right, and such. Right,
yeah,
and right now, ever since yesterday, because I just heard about it, they said it's gonna be a couple more weeks still, probably the rest of the month, and it's already been a week. So that's
yeah,
that 3 week window, right? So
yeah. It is.
hopefully people out there have something to use, right? Because like I said earlier, right, the grid's still up, right? People are still working, right? So if you're working like construction, you're gonna get dirty. Your clothes are gonna get dirty. If you work in, let's say, the hospitality industry, like a waitress or a worker like that deals with food, you got to come in with clean clothes. Right? Your boss may understand a little bit, but you know,
Yeah,
eventually you need to come in with fresh clothes, a fresh wardrobe, right? Clean clothes. I mean, especially if you're working on by like equipment with grease and all that stuff, you gotta get that off, clothes and
yeah,
all that stuff too, right? So, like you said, it's supposed to rain there tonight, tomorrow morning, right? So like I said earlier, I would consider that rainwater as the resource to use. At least try, you know, do what you can with it. You know, if it's pouring out, I mean, I put shirts out, I put clothes outside and just let them rinse in rainwater just by pouring rain.
yeah. Colin says, I have to get going. Talk to you later. See you
Yeah,
around.
okay. I'll
It's
see
like,
you. See you. I appreciate you coming by. But you know what I mean? You know, you
yeah,
gotta, when the opportunities come, consider
hey,
them.
Sister Girl.
Consider them.
Good to see you, man.
Hi, Sassy. She's back. I really dig how Sassy's here now. Oh yeah, I just said that to you, Sassy.
Yeah,
But you know what I mean, right? You gotta take those opportunities when they come,
yeah, yeah. I agree. Every
because
opportunity you
because right,
can get, you
yeah,
take them. Okay.
you gotta take advantage of those because those might actually make or break it for what it is, right? Maybe not, but it might make or break it. At least you know, if you did some laundry, let's just say you got some rainwater to do some laundry or something like that. At least you would have a fresh shirt again. You know what I mean? A
Yeah,
fresh shirt to wear that's kind of a little bit more, at least a fresh, it'll freshen it up, right, and stuff like that. Maybe you won't get all the stains out, just like leaving out in pouring rain, but at least it would be refreshed, right?
yeah,
That's what I
exactly.
do when I go camping. Like if it rains, I'm not gonna use I'm gonna use the rainwater because it just came down and now my socks are refreshed again. That means I can change back into them again, or if I put them in my bag, it's not gonna stick on my bag when I come back.
Yeah,
All right. And it's nothing, and I didn't have to do much, right? Mother Nature's just going to do the work for me. I just have to gather it or put said items outside to wash or whatever, something like that, right? A container to gather it. Mother
yeah,
Nature will take care of the rest for me. Especially with the grid up still, right? We're still getting weather forecasts. People can still check on when the weather, how the weather might be, if a chance of rain or whatever, or if heat's coming, right? Because right now, there's rain tonight and tomorrow there. Not
yeah,
much. There's still some. But the next weekend's forecast is, like I said, gonna be plus 30, 90 Fahrenheit weather. It's gonna be much hotter. It's gonna be summertime weather. You sweat more, right? So your clothes are gonna get stinky faster. You're gonna consume more water more because obviously it's hotter out. and all that stuff, right? And your pets too, right? You still gotta give them water. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Tomorrow we will have some rain, and at the most we will have 4.2 millimeter rain. So
I think the
that
forecast there
is
is
not
like
much.
8 or 10. I mean, with a large enough area, you can get enough, but it's probably not that per se poor for pouring rain, but it will shower at least.
No
'Cause,
worries, Canadian family. No worries.
okay, because like I was saying to my friend, and I said earlier, right? It's this. It's not that it's not rain that it's not instantly solve everything. No, no, it's that psychological thing of it raining. That there is some relief. It's just like if you're out in the ocean with barely any water and it starts raining, you're not rejoice because it's going to bring you some relief, right? You can have,
Yeah,
you know what I mean? It's the psychological thing, and maybe get people to do something and get their mind around what's going on right now for what it
yeah,
is, you know. Because like I said, I don't think any of them want to see announcement day zero or 2 days or 3 days or 4 days till day zero. Yeah, you don't want to hear that and stuff like that. So
yeah. Hugo says watering animals, garden fruit trees, and filling back water. Yeah, that
yeah,
sounds like a good idea.
yeah, because you got to remember the pets too that you have or whatever, right? You need your dogs, your cats, whatever. They in time need that water too, right? So
Yeah,
you got to factor all of that stuff in if you got pets and stuff like that.
yeah,
How many
and
people you have in your household, right? Two, three. If you're a bachelor, that's one thing, right? You
yeah,
can go forgo a lot of things at times, right? But if you get a family of four, you got pets, that's a lot more water than you think, right?
Hugo says I have really been getting into the spirit of this stream. Yeah,
Yeah, okay, there, Hugo. Okay. She's been around me way too much.
uh, last month we didn't had not a single drop of rain at all. And we had pretty hot days in May too. So
I mean, I've seen 25, 26 here. I haven't seen 30 Celsius here yet, personally, but it's kind of more seasonal for me.
yeah,
It looks like this month we're going to see that summertime kind of heat. It's going to come out west here. But yeah,
yeah,
that's what. That's because I was speaking to other people and I was saying, they should be lucky it's not the heat of the summer yet. Where it's like, because if this was during a heat wave as well, it'd be
yeah,
way more. It would be way more out there because the issues or the situation would magnify a lot more. Right?
yeah,
Because people would want to have a cool shed, cool down, or whatever, right? And some other things might happen, then yeah. Hopefully it doesn't come down to that. And cross my fingers. I'm being optimistic, but being realistic about the situation, right?
yeah. I agree with you about that.
Yeah, because I think, like I said, what and people don't realize at times is like the people that are trying to get the system back. They're human, right? They're working not like day and night, 24/7, but with very minimal sleep, right? So, and technically there was already a worksite accident that delayed half a day, right, and stuff like that. So,
Yeah,
you know, and realizing, what they say might be very optimistic, right? Realistically, there probably may be more issues, for example, right? So, This is why I say about the buffer zone of resources, skills, stuff like that, right? The skills, knowledge, and experience, right?
Yeah.
Because now buy you the time that you need. Because you have, for example, if it's pipes that's bursted, you don't know the exact timeline for it. It won't take forever, but it won't be by the next day year, right? So you need enough to kind of get you by. Hopefully not just survive it, obviously. Like maybe you
Yeah.
still be able to fly through the situation for what it is. You stored up some extra water for drinking purposes. You got a barrel of water, some barrels for rainwater for your plants, your garden, the space you have, the flowers you have, right? You know, and stuff like you have other things in place where you check the leaks, you use mulch for your garden. You water only in the morning or in the evening, outside the heat of the day and stuff like that. You try to reuse gray water that you do use and all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
Because it might give you enough that you can have that extra shower, extra 2-minute shower, or have that extra cup of coffee, right?
Yeah.
Something like that. You know, if anything, do it for that reason, right? So you can have that extra water for coffee, right? Or your tea, or so you can everyone in the family can have an extra, let's say, liter of water a day, like actual drinking water, right? That they can use, right? You know, because let's face it, these people are still going to work, school. Well, maybe not school because it's June, but work. I need these people that do construction or whatever, right? They're gonna bring lots of water into work. They're gonna drink that. They're gonna wash their clothes or whatever, right? Stuff like that. So, and like I said, people ain't wanting that's a waitress or anything like that, right? You're gonna come in with relatively clean clothes, right? Fresh clothes. So, not being able to wash your clothes because of it, it kind of sucks, right? Hence what I said about the rain and realizing what is offered to you at times. You know, you know what I mean, Shanna?
Yeah. I know.
Yeah.
Tammy says if it's yellow, let it mellow. If it's brown, flush it down to save water. Yeah.
Yeah, but you can only do that so much, right? And again, you know, some rain catchment might help with that, something like that too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because unfortunately, sometimes people have to flush twice. I'm just saying, it does happen. Unfortunately, right? For what it is. I'm just saying, realistically, right? But that way,
Hey, Howie.
hi, Howie. Okay. And yes, that when I'm co-streaming with Shadow this afternoon. No, he's on your side. Yeah, I keep forgetting. It's that link thing I see, hey? It's that link thing that shows that it's on my side, right?
Yeah.
Okay. First time co-streaming. Like I said, this is an important topic, and that's why I wanted to actually do it. I take the time for this because it's important enough. And some people are actually going through this right now. Alright? It's not
Yeah.
just some hypothetical thing, alright? It's not like some EMP or something like that. People are actually going through this, like, literally right now as we speak. Even here in Canada. Alright? And one always thinks Canada's so abundant with water, well, now when the pipes burst and broken, and this pipe is big enough to fit a vehicle in, right? And all this other stuff, and they don't know the problem, or trying to still figure it out. Still trying to
Yeah.
make
And Howie
yeah.
says your audio is so funny, CR.
Yeah, I'll try to put on the headset. Sorry. I really how old my headset hasn't.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
That's because I'm using a headset. Like, remember, my headset doesn't. I can't always have it on because it doesn't. I don't have that much runtime on it, so hopefully I'll be able to go for a little bit longer. Hopefully, at least for the next hour while this is going. So yeah. Anyways, this is why I brought this up to you in the first place the week before, because actually, when I suggested this last week to him, the situation here in Canada, it was already happening in the beginning stages, right? So, and like I said to you, it'll still be going on by the time this stream happens, and yep, it still is. And I've been reading more about this, not just here in Canada, but other places. There's Mexico City is going through situations like this too. Not necessarily water restrictions, but dealing with lack of fresh water for what it is, right? Because I know we're talking about water restrictions, but in general, the water itself, right? Because if you have some, you're good. If you don't, well, you're not so good. You know what I mean? Because you start to feel that, right? You gotta have because then that would lead to having to ration it and all that stuff more than usual. Because you only get so much, right? Maybe they truck in some water, right? But you only get so much. Because they're gonna allocate it for a lot of people, right? And stuff like that. And people don't realize sometimes, people may do things for that water that they normally may not do. Because down in Mexico, because I was watching something about it, I forget where the channel was, but they said the trucker says sometimes people will try to pull him over and say, "Give me the water. I need it more than these guys down the street," or whatever, right? And all this stuff. And the drivers have to deal with this all the time, right? Because, people are really not at ease, right? Because, lack of water, they want it. They're just getting minimal, just getting by, you know what I mean? Like, they're just got enough to drink with, but barely enough to use it with food or flesh with or to wash up with, right? For cleaning purposes, whatever, right? Laundry, whatever, right?
Second star says you can drink and reboil bath water if you don't use soap and shampoo.
Although those bath water may contain oils in it from your skin, though. But that's probably very minimal. Very, very minimal, right? So, like I said, it just depends, right? And the thing is about this situation, these guys didn't say, no one saw that coming, right? It's not like some sort of storm, hurricane, or something like that. Very unexpected because literally it was working, then it wasn't. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I thought. So it's just one of those things, right? So it's not like people could have stored up some like in a water ball in a bathtub, right? Like they do in a hurricane before hurricanes or a big tornado or storm, right? People would do that, right? Could do that, but no one saw this coming, right? So no one could per se. You couldn't prepare beforehand because there was no lead time. The only lead time you had was just preparing, just casually beforehand, right? Just because you're trying to get more prepared. Maybe you're starting a garden, so you added some more rain catchment, right? Because if you didn't do it now, it's not raining, not yet, anyways, right? You know what I mean? So if you don't have the water catchment out now, you're not going to see the rain for a while, for another week, right? Like, because you're missing that opportunity again, right? That could help you out, right? It's just like I said about like if you're stuck on the ocean in a survival situation in a dinghy or a lifeboat, right? If it rains, you're utilizing that opportunity because it's dropping in your lap this resource, literally, right? So you're gonna take advantage of it and do what you can with it, right? because you realize that it's an important thing, and you know, like in this scenario here in the city, maybe it might not make or break it, but you know, it would help. You could do stuff with it, especially if you have a yard, right? You have a way to gather, capture it, and hold it back to use later in the week, right? It might help you out, right? Especially, you know, if you're already rationing or conserving as much, really a lot more than you think. You know, you haven't fished for the whole 3 days, and you're starting to see that smell.
Yeah.
You know, you're starting to get that ring in the toilet, right? You know, you're just like, and remember, this is still when the grid's out, right? You might still have people coming over, right?
Right.
And all that stuff, right? You know, so yeah. And I think another thing is we need to remove the stigma of like kind of like these things that people are doing, right? You know what I mean? Like, you're not flushing right away or whatever. We're using gray water, for example, right? You know what I mean? Because
But
sometimes.
that is not recommended, Howie.
What's not? Sorry, I don't have my. Well, not if it's full of salt. Remember, your removes those extra electrolytes from your system. Not electrolytes, the salt from your. Because it has a higher sodium count level, among some other things, right?
Amongst other things, yeah.
Yeah, because it's highly concentrated in terms of what's the word? What am I looking for? I'll just use the word minerals or salt as as a word. You know what I mean? That's why it's got a smell, a color, and all that stuff, right? But hey, if you distill it, I guess you're good. You're probably good. I mean, I've distilled like really bad, buggy rainwater before. It was fine.
Yeah.
So it just depends on the source and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm missing the comments.
Well, it's.
I was just waiting for Bob to show up. I was just waiting for Bob to show up. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to join us, be nice to have start join us.
I don't know. I sent
a
private message to him, but I don't know if he can see.
It's all good. It's all good. Yeah. So, I mean, I get a gray water. It's because, frankly, it's not even that bad. I mean, if I just rinse something off, right, it's not that bad for what it is. Right? Because I know, okay, there can only be so much in that water, you know. It's still relatively clear, so it's not that bad. You know what I mean? Because, and again, it comes back down to like, if the situation goes on longer, or the temperature rises, or the consumption increases because of heat or necessity, right? You know, whereas I think what starts to happen is that as the situation gets more dire or drastic, more drastic options have to be. They'll enforce, you know, more drastic options. Unfortunately, because the last thing any community or city, town wants or area wants is counting that
I put it in the shared second store.
You know, the last thing
you can see that.
The last thing they want is that counting down to day zero for water, right? Because people have gone for that, right? They have reversed it, you know, but it takes time. People have to get accustomed to it, right? Get used to it, you know.
Yeah.
No more of that 15-minute shower. That's like 5 at the most, you know. You come in the shower, rinse your head off from top to bottom, put the shampoo in or whatever, and then rinse off and do all that stuff real fast.
Hey, Bob.
Hey
Hi,
guys.
Bob. You guys keep talking for a moment. I'll be right back.
Dealing with water restrictions, yeah.
Yeah.
I've got a large sheet of thick plastic set aside for emergencies, and that's set aside for one of those situations where you could take even if you keep a brand new shower curtain or a roll of plastic like that handy.
Yeah.
So when it rains, you could spread it out and drain that off and use that as drinking water or however you have to use it. But there's a survival method of gathering water is you dig a hole in the soil and put cellophane or plastic over top of it, and then just drop a pebble in the middle of the plastic. And then you can place like a coffee cup underneath the pebble. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And
like a
water will
solar
come up.
spill.
Yeah. Water will come up and it will drain off into a cup, but you won't get a
Yeah.
lot. But it's better than dying.
Well, hey, that could at least make up, get you that water for the coffee in the morning.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Something like that, right? If anything, right?
Yep.
That just means, hey, I still have coffee. Now I can have this cup of coffee, right? Because this water I reclaimed through something else, through distillation, for example, right? So
Mm-hmm.
it's not subject to the water restrictions because it's either gray water, rainwater, or you're reusing it again. So
Yeah.
something to keep in mind.
One thing I get free water from the gutters on my gazebo because I made rain chains, and the rain drips off my gutters and go down the rain chain, and I drained it right into 5-gallon buckets, and I use that for my plants. Let's see.
Hey, Papacho. Good to see you. Hey, Amy. Good to see you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. Oh, by the way, Bob, I'm co-streaming this on my side.
Oh, okay.
So, as an FYI.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So, I'm actually trying to
Well,
keep this serious, actually, a little bit
yeah, I
more.
was just wanted to look at Miss Amy's. Definitely looks like a Filipina, maybe.
Yeah, she
It is.
is.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
Bob, I'm already taking notes.
Oh.
I'm just kidding. But yeah.
Oh, Miss Emmy, that's gross. It's like this toenail stuff going on. Ooh. I'm looking at her channel, like, ooh, toes, feet, yuck. Okay, done. We're okay.
DMI.
Dismissed. Dismissed. Dude,
You're
I ain't
sick.
into that whole foot stuff.
Okay.
Uh,
But anyways, when you were talking about
Okay,
the
Howie. No problem. Thanks for
oh,
stopping by the way.
so yeah, when you were mentioning about that plastic, right? I mean, like I've done that with garbage bags before and clothesline,
Anytime,
right?
Amy.
sure you
And you
can.
kind of funnel it into like a bucket, right? And it's not even that
Mm-hmm.
hard. You know,
Yeah.
you just need some clothespins or something like that, binder clips, something even on a
Yeah.
container, right? And you're just
Mm-hmm.
funneling it in. You're increasing the surface area to catch that water,
Yep.
and it funnels it into one spot. Like, I mean,
Yep.
and that's something most people have. Most people in the town or city are gonna have some form of garbage bag of some sort. You just cut it in half, lay it out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let it gather some water, right? As an option, all right. Especially if if you're rationing water quite a bit already, or due to water restrictions, and you know
Mm-hmm.
you're thinking, I wouldn't mind a little bit more to work with. I've already cut up my coffee, right? Or something like that, right? Do it for your coffee then, all right? Do it for your coffee, all right? So you can have that cup of coffee, for example, right?
Yep.
You know.
Or washing. Yeah.
Yeah, or
Yeah.
some of your plants that you might have, right? Because right now this area there's fire bans and no outdoor water use whatsoever, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, like your plants, right? Unless you got rainwater, your plants are gonna go down in time. It's just a matter of time before they start to wilt, right? Even if you had mulch on the ground and all that stuff, you sparingly use drip irrigation or whatever, the plants still require some water in time, right? So even just doing it for that reason, right?
Yep.
So let's say you had tomatoes. Let's say you're growing tomatoes or whatever, right? You're trying to get them through this hard situation, right? You got water to drink, right? But realizing that, if I had some more water, then I can give them some water and maybe I can get this tomato plant to, handle until, the system comes back online, all right? You're just basically buying yourself time until the system comes back. That's what I always say about this buffer zone of preparedness. It's to buy you time until, let's say, the grid comes back, or in this case, the water to come back,
Yeah.
to 100% again.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, that's why I find it frustrating that some people want to prepare for the absolute end of the planet, the end of society. I don't see it that way. I want to prepare until the power comes back on or transportation starts working again. You know what I mean? It's like
well, it's
society is
Hey,
never
Matt.
going to end.
Hey, brothers.
oh, look who it is! We got an all-star lineup here, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, Star,
Dang!
what's up? Mm-hmm.
What's up, Walt?
Oh,
How you
let me
doing?
bow to your presence, sir. No.
No.
But yeah,
Well,
okay, Star. You live in Texas, so you're probably well aware about how water's still important.
yeah.
All
Like
right.
here, we're already in a what is it? 3 month water restriction.
Yeah.
Like got so bad that they have in San Antonio and everything already went to water usage to that they are filtrating urinal, bath water, stuff like that, and
Okay.
giving it back to people. Like,
Okay, Idaho
your
Boarding Road, no problem.
system.
Take care. Thanks for stopping by.
Here, I know we're gonna go. Second Star, you're breaking up there a little. Is it just me? It sounds like you're breaking up a
Probably
little
my
bit.
signal.
Yeah. Well, I'll try to paraphrase what he just said. He was saying that down there they're trying to reuse gray water filtering and whatever process they use to kind of make it back into like a drinkable state, or
Yeah.
a higher standard of state. Yeah, that's what he's basically saying. And really, if you think about it,
You hear me?
and it's still breaking up. I'm trying to hear what you're saying, and I'll try to paraphrase it in to everyone else that's listening. But yeah, I mean, that's an important thing too, to understand that it might come down to that sooner than later, right? Especially as the population of an area grows, right? More people consume water, manufacturing takes water, industries take water, agriculture takes water, right? All the
Yeah,
clothing industry,
nuclear
yeah,
plants needs water.
all right? Water for cleaning, dry cleaning, laundry, all those laundromats, right? Like, I can just imagine in this place right now, there's probably not even laundromats open, commercial laundromats open. Because there's no outdoor swimming, there's no swimming pool, there's no arenas using an ice skating, right? All these things are canceled or delayed right now, heavily, until further notice, right? Because it's relatively speaking in a water emergency, right? So people are kind of doing their thing.
All of our water parks and everything are closed down because of it. The only that they have open is just their like sitting pool, and that's it.
Yeah. See, Second Star just agreed with me. His area is having the same kind of restrictions, right? And even there's a localized fire ban because they don't want fire trucks having to, fight fires unnecessarily, right? A localized fire ban, right?
Yeah. We have alternatives.
So no one's really,
Yeah.
no outdoor fire, no one's camping. Well, I shouldn't say camping, but stuff like that. Because if it's
They're not allowing open flames or anything in
yeah,
camping.
exactly, right? Yeah, because they don't want those fire hazards because that means they have to use water. All right, because if the fire department has to use water, that's a lot of water unnecessary. Yeah.
Yeah, we call it a just fire truck, and what it does is spray these massive amounts of sand on a fire and like small to that.
Yeah.
But if it's a house or anything, you can't really do anything on
Yeah,
that.
I think I made out what he said there. Can you make out what he said? Because I'm trying to make out what he said and paraphrasing it in.
Give me a second. Let me go out.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe test the signal while you're at it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hard to make out what he's saying.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand.
Yeah.
I mean, I know he's trying to say all these stuff. I can kind of make out every single word. Yeah. But yeah, Bob, like I said earlier, that cheating, right? Yeah, that's like, something like that. It's not expensive, but it can help in a situation like this. Maybe our situations too, if necessary, right? And if necessary, right? And you can get rain, but living in a suburban area, there could be issues with the water because infrastructure doesn't last forever. Right?
Yeah,
those pipes don't last forever, right?
Earthquakes and all that can sever water mains pretty quickly.
Cutbacks on stuff, right? Cutbacks. Sometimes they'd be like, we're not done do the maintenance for another year. Cutbacks. And still, unfortunately, these things that are happening right now are just examples of this unfortunately coming together in a bad way for people. And some people didn't even see it coming, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Or they think, it never happens here. We're in first world nation, right? Yeah, but it just happened. And it's on your doorstep. What are you going to do about it? All right, what are you going to do about it? What are your choices? What options do you have available for yourself? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. This is why I'm trying to be very. I'm joking around a little, but I'm taking it serious because it is serious.
Yeah.
Because
we're in good condition.
A couple days
right
out,
now. Well, we're in good condition right now, but it doesn't take too much to set you back for a while.
Yeah, because I don't know how it is when you go back overseas into the Philippines, Bob. How it is over there. I don't know. Maybe well, I know it rains there. Wow, but
we've got a large cistern, stainless steel cistern in our house over there, and it comes right off the gutters and goes right into there. So we've got all the water we need for our plants and even washing clothes. It's right there.
Yeah, that would buy you some time.
Oh yeah.
That's more independent. Yeah, because I know in Australia and some other places, right, people do have larger water supply, like a cistern or whatever. Usually, these are the places that are technically hot, but I mean, like, every place needs water in time. It doesn't matter if it's hot or not.
Yeah.
Stuff like that, right? So. And just because a river runs by or, hey, we got the infrastructure, well, that's all good. But once once you cut that link out, then what? That kind of thing, right? Because then you have one less option. Now, do you have another option? Or was that the only option you had? Remember how I say, Shadow? If you only have one option, that kind of 2 is 1, 1 is none, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, for
the
something
more
like
options
water...
you have, the better it is.
Well, so for something like water, right? I mean, like, there's no substitution, right? You either have it or you don't.
Yeah.
You either have ways to bring it out from the air, some condensation, dew or whatever, or finding ground sources or whatever, right? Rain for it to rain. or whatever, right?
Well, places like here, you got places like here in Texas. I mean, can you hear me good?
Yeah, you're still breaking up. I'm trying to make out what you were saying.
Crap. Okay, I don't know what's going on.
But you could always do the icon only thing. You could always try the icon only thing.
Yeah, that might work.
Yeah, might as well try the icon only thing.
Does that?
Well, you have to say something though.
Yeah.
You have to say something though. I don't know. It doesn't even sound that much better, to be honest.
No, it's
Well, yeah, it's still breaking up quite a bit. It's hard to hear every second word. It's kind of hard to paraphrase when I can't hear the words. But don't worry, sir.
Guys,
Don't.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. But yeah, I'll type in chat because my signal and everything it's just been bad out here.
Now it's bad.
Yeah. All right, guys. I'll talk to y'all in chat. Okay.
Yeah.
Love y'all.
All right,
Take care, brothers.
Okay.
Let's go. Yay!
All right.
Well, at least we had them up for a little bit. At least.
Yeah, at least for a bit.
Oh, yeah. We heard every second word. That's all good. Oh yeah. Now this reminds me about since you're in. I remember that. I think that watering can that you have filled with rainwater. I'm trying to remember that now. I think you briefly showed it in the video. I'm trying to remember now. Bob?
Huh? Oh, my rain chains? Was
No. The rain, watering can that you have, and you have rainwater in.
Oh yeah. Oh boy, it's pouring down outside again right now. Yeah, I've got rain chains on my gazebo, and I collect the water in 5-gallon buckets or in my watering can, and I use it for my flowers and stuff. But yeah, it's pounding down rain again right now. Dang it! I wanted to go out and do some more gardening today, but
it's all washed out.
Just big time.
He's all washed out. Well, on the bright side, you have lots of rain to talk about.
Well, you get a free shower, Bob.
I do. Yeah. It's really coming down. It is just pounded down right now. Looking at my cameras outside, it's like, oh, look, Lord Almighty. Oh, Lord.
And again, taking advantage of that when it happens, if you need it, right? Let's just say, for example, for people here in Canada that are going through this, if their car's dirty right now or their vehicle, right? Hey, it's supposed to rain tomorrow. Maybe I'll park outside for tonight. Hey, might help. Might help. Might help a little.
I'll be right back, fellas. I'm gonna go.
Right.
I'm gonna bounce outside real quick, change my gather up some of this rain right now while I'm just hanging out here.
Yeah, why not?
Be right back.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah. I mean, I gather the rain, Shadow and everyone else. I gather the rainwater for multiple reasons, but that's why I keep doing it now. All right. It's not just the preparedness part. There's other reasons why you gather it now more and utilize it. And as time goes on here, as situations arise in the real world, I realize, this is the direction I want to go towards.
Driving Cat Homestead, Cecilia.
Hey, it's Cecilia. Hi. Hi, Cecilia. Welcome. Nice of you to join us. Yeah. I guess my stream's still running on my side, apparently.
Yeah, obviously.
Honestly. Yeah, Cecilia, we're talking about water and water. Well, it's titled Water Restrictions because I'm actually co-hosting with him. He's actually hosting it, but I'm co-hosting on my side. But really, we're talking about water in general, right? It's just... And Cecilia, I know you're aware of what's going out west here. I know you've seen the news highlights about it. You must have by now. It's only been happening for the last week. But
I had a lot of rain and had a tornado warning here. Oh boy.
Yeah, I think I heard about this. But yeah, I mean, unfortunately, some places are getting too much rain. But you
Well, if
if you
there is a
don't,
lot of rain and a tornado on that
yeah,
will mess things up definitely. You
yeah,
you will probably have a flooded areas and well
yeah.
a lot more.
Hey, Shadow. Maybe we could do a stream about when there's too much water. We're talking about when you don't have enough water right now, or whatever. Maybe we could talk about when you have too much water.
Well,
That could be an issue. It does happen, and that's
yeah,
related to a lot of things, right? Flooding, localized flooding, hurricanes and stuff like that, right? And that's happened here in Canada, the U.S., Europe, Asia. Yeah, it happens almost everywhere too. So, and again, the things that people have to do or need to do, right?
yeah.
So,
Hugo says feast or famine. Got to have
yeah,
ways to collect it when you get rain for the drought times. Yeah,
yeah, exactly. That's actually why I started to do it more, is because then I can reallocate the rainwater when it's sunny. Well, that's how I say it to people, right? You know what I mean?
yeah,
Because yeah, there is some plants can handle less water, but if you do give them more water, they tend to grow better or bigger.
yeah.
So and stuff like that. So that's another reason why I do it now more and
Raving
more.
Cat says last year we had nothing but rain, no sun, and
You could call
cloudy
her
conditions,
Cecilia.
and this year it
She,
seems to be the same.
yeah. Well,
Uh,
like a drought. I mean, it's just like anything, man. Still relying on the grid, right, for prediction, weather predictions like that, right? That still relies on the grid. You know, you know what I mean. So having water
yeah,
restrictions on top of the grid loss would be really, really horrible. So water restriction, but the grid still up. Well, utilize certain things, right? Like the weather forecast, for example, right?
yeah,
Because if the grid was down, you would know. There's absolutely no way you probably would not be able to know that. So
yeah. I agree with that.
this comes back to like utilizing the rainwater when it does fall, whenever possible, right? Because I think there's reasons why people don't want to gather rainwater. I think there's a couple of reasons. I think the mosquito thing is one of the main reasons, and the space for it. I think those are the two biggest reasons for why people
Yeah,
don't usually like to do it. But if you set up well or whatever, keep rotating it, it's not so bad. All right.
yeah. Prepper for the Ages says September 11th,
Yeah.
2023. We had 7 inches of rain in 4 hours. The whole town flooded. One dam failed, and one dam came within 15 minutes
Now
of
that looks
failing.
nice, Bob. Is
I
that what
just
you're
now
talking about?
recorded that. Yeah, those are the rain chains that I made. It's coming off of
Yeah,
my gazebo.
Yeah.
You know,
I
just
mean,
now.
they're funneling the water towards something, right?
They are right into a 5-gallon bucket. I'll try
Yeah.
to show it again real quick. Try to get this set up for you. I thought I'd add that to your conversation. I made
Well,
those
it
rain
is part
chains
of it.
right here in my shop, and then
yeah,
there it comes right down into what I just put an empty 5-gallon bucket underneath there to catch the rain for my plants and stuff. So that'd be a good thing to
Yeah.
add to your live in
Well,
in live time.
yeah, we're talking about water, and it's actually because it's sunny here
Yeah.
for me right now. It's sunny here. I'm not getting any rain out here right now, but at least
Oh
someone's
yeah.
getting some rain. I mean, I got rainwater catchment
Mm-hmm.
because I mean, to grow a garden, you don't need a lot of water, anyways. For what it is,
Absolutely. Yeah. And my
right?
plants like the rainwater much more than they like the tap water. So
Yeah,
it's a
because
bonus.
it has dissolved gases in it while it's falling,
Mm-hmm. Yep.
and it's mixed in there and all that stuff. In comparison to well water or municipal tap water,
Yep.
those are different. And of course, it's not distilled water. So yeah.
Oh, is that my Amazon guy? Oh, oh, ooh, 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 ooh. I'm just looking at my cameras. Come
I was
to
just
my
out
house,
there.
dude. Come here. He just recorded. Come here. Is he coming to my house? Come on, Amazon guy. I got something on order. Sorry to be such a spaz, but there he goes. He's running. Okay, I got a package out front. Be right back, guys. Sorry.
He'll be back
Okay,
again.
no problem.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, last year around this time, well, not exactly at this time, like last summer, I managed to pick up a few more containers for water catchment, so increased my max capacity a little bit more for what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, it's nothing elaborate, too elaborate or fancy, but I'm still working on it. I'm trying to improve the system overall, right? And all that stuff, delivery, how clean it is, and all that stuff, right? I'm working with it first.
Yeah.
And stuff like that.
Well, you set up a system, and then after a while, you need to modify it.
Well, I'm trying to make improvements on it, right? Trying to
Yeah, that is
upgrade
what
it,
I mean
update it.
by modifying it.
Yeah, stuff like that, right? Because I rule, like I said, garden tends to work better when you actually have water. You can put as much mulch as you want, but in time you do need to add water into the system, right? Doesn't matter how heat tolerant a plant is, in time it does need water, right? Because you need both the rain and the sunshine for a garden. So, because I actually have been asking my friend to keep tabs out for me because I haven't been able to actually find real here on the YouTube side where I can see videos about people showing stuff or doing something about it, right? Like I know there's government news, stuff like that. Yeah, that's a given, right? But that's just a small point of view of it. I'm trying to find stuff that people are doing.
Yeah.
Just every normal day content creators, average Jane or Joe doing out there. It's hard to find something like that. Because ever so often the news will say something like, oh, this older lady's using lake water to, or river water to water her plants. Then, another news article says, people are putting a bucket to get a rainwater, to get a shower water in the shower. Okay, right. But that's few in between, that's a very small percentage of it, right? I'm trying to see if people are saying some other stuff.
You also got to remember to save water, so shower with your wife. Yeah.
Yeah, that
that's water. That's water conservation right there. What do we got? I got my
Okay.
Amazon.
I'm taking notes, Bob.
That's okay.
I'm taking notes on this. All right. Hey, it may come down to that. All right.
This is one of the best gardening tools I've ever had. My last one, I broke the tip of it off. I got this on Amazon, guys. Did a little gardening tip for you. Broke the tip of it off by ramming it into concrete a couple times with this little thing right here. It's not a sickle. It's made for soil. Yeah, get one of these. Trust me, it's not a sickle. It's made for soil. You angle it through your soil, and it's got a nice sharp tip on it. Pop your weeds right out. That is one of the most awesome gardening tools I've ever owned. I broke the tip off my last one, so I just, it's only $17, so I ordered another one. It's made in Japan. Good stuff, man.
Yeah,
I agree. Prepare for the ages. You can have water restrictions when there's flood due to contaminated water supply.
That happens. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, indeed.
Mm-hmm.
Well, couldn't that happen because the treatment plant's out of order or something like that too? Something like that.
Yeah. Plus, the pipes get flooded with contaminated water.
Yeah, and they had to flush that system all the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, and stuff like that. See, one good thing about having this situation happen, that's basically here for me. Cross my fingers that won't happen here, but I get to see these other things and start to understand if it did happen here, or where I am, wherever I am, right? I'd be like, oh, there's a procedure they do. It's not as straightforward as it looks. They got to do all the stuff like pushing the system at the end, right, and stuff like that. That still has to happen, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was telling my friend who lives down there right now. It's like, yeah, once you see them flushing the water in the system, people are gonna rejoice. But until then, people just gotta, keep on going. All right, buy the system more time.
You're most
right?
welcome, peace journey.
You know what I mean? That's the thing, right? You're preparing to buy yourself time, especially in a situation like, yeah. Did you say socks?
Socks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought you said something else. I was like,
socks.
Did you say socks? Yeah.
Yeah, just simple socks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like I said, I've washed socks with rainwater before, even out camping, right? So that's not that difficult, really. And stuff like that. So.
No, I haven't tried the Temu. I haven't seen that. I haven't used that. Well, somebody asked in the side chat, have you tried Temu? Yeah. No. We've got a distribution center, several near my home, so and I know several of my friends work for Amazon, so I would rather support Amazon. Yeah. It's local, and some of my friends work for them, so I'm staying where I'm at. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Because I guess another thing to remember with these wire restrictions is, well, I kind of briefly mentioned it earlier, is that there are certain things that are not going to be able to happen. There's no pools, no outside pools, right? So if you're a lifeguard, you're not working. If you work at a gym, it might be closed. You work at a skating rink, and it's whatever, right? Maintenance guy that runs the Zamboni for the day or whatever, you ain't working. And all this other stuff because they all need water, right? You know what I mean? Like you work at a water, like if you work at a water park, they might be closed down.
One thing that would crush the will of all Canadians if you stopped hockey. No hockey. Canada would go into turmoil.
Actually, Bob,
that would be civil unrest.
Bob, there's supposed to be Bob. This area that's affected here in Canada, there's a major event next month for that area, for that place. So they really want to get that back up before that happens, because a major event, are you going to have a major, they're either going to cancel it or they're going to have all the big water trucks outside with porta potties outside. I don't know, right? It might come down to that. Yeah. And Canada Day's coming up.
Good.
Canada Day's also coming up. Remember that. It's June 15th, 16th, right? 2 weeks. A couple more weeks, right?
Right on.
Right? Because if the water does come back, they're not done with the fire ban, which means there's no fireworks for that area either.
What's that date, CR? What's that date? Is it July 5th?
First. Yeah.
Yeah, because I knew that U.S. and Canada's are close. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right. So look at it like that, right? Well, the water does come back. Doesn't mean they won't lift the fire ban. With the fire ban in place, they're not going to have fireworks. It's just how it is. It's just and besides, the cost itself, right? Right now, they're going to prioritize, the system itself, right, over the fireworks, stuff like that.
Yeah, yeah.
Just to indicate some other stuff, that means no outside water parks, no outside these events, right, and a lot of stuff because the water usage, right? So it'll change things. So,
Yeah.
I'm hoping the system.
Has it really been that dry in Canada?
Specifically, listen, we didn't get much snow out west here for what it is. I've gotten the rains here, but other places haven't. And this place, the water main broke. Like the big in-output pipe that delivers it, right? directly from the water treatment plant, right? That line is severed
Okay.
because so like it's not the only water treatment plant they have, but they're trying to feed 1 million people or whatever with a bunch of water, but at 40-60% capacity, at half capacity. That means that's why the water restrictions were in place. You know what I mean? Because because if you use more than can be replaced, eventually that metaphoric gas tanks is going to go all the way down to zero, and then you'll be in a worse spot. So
yeah, I get it.
yeah, so that's why I've been saying about the rainwater and all this stuff, right? And it's not going to be a magic bullet for them. It's just to increase the morale of people, right? The gardeners will rejoice, because they have that water catchment or whatever. They'll be able to water their plants again because both rainwater and river water or lake water is not subject to the water restriction, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's only fresh water that's coming in, right?
I get it.
Because they don't want those reservoirs to go empty because that's what gets filled, right? The water treatment plant fills up those reservoirs, and the reservoirs are gravity feeding that water to you, right? But as soon as those reservoirs go out or empty, yeah, that means your taps just gonna drip out, or might not even come out with water, right? If your water didn't come out, I think that would heighten your alertness to the situation a lot more. You'd be like, "What the hell? I just had water this morning, right?" You'd be concerned, right? Because obviously you can't have your coffee or your sports drink that you mix in, or let's just say you're like an weight training power lifter or whatever. Your protein drinks that you mix in with water. Think about that, right? So that might start affecting you, right? That's why I said about the water affecting a lot of people, not just the gardeners, not everyone, business, residential, personal, gardeners out there, all this stuff, right? The people working related into this, people that work as lifeguards, the arenas or whatever that work the Zamboni, and all that stuff, right? They're not working right now.
Yeah.
I don't even know if they're going to get compensated for any of it, really. You know what I mean? So that's affecting those people. Yeah, right?
Yeah.
People forget about some of these people relying on water for the work. There's no skating ring without water. There's no swimming pool or leisure center or whatever you want to call these swimming pools without the water, right? Those are all shut down. Because they can't, right? Because those are the first things to go out, right? Be restricted out, right? Because those are quote unquote non-essential, or compared to water to drink, firefighting, that's more important for what it is, right? So, yeah, people kind of forget about that at times. It's like, oh yeah, don't forget about these people, right? And all that stuff. Car washes, I don't know. Some of these car washes reclaim their water, but I mean, I don't know how much water they can keep reclaiming before they start running low on water. Because, even if you're reclaiming some of that water, some of it seeps in the ground and evaporates, right? So you do get some loss of water. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a fact.
Yeah, you can't, people are trying to conserve or reclaim some of that water. Well, you're probably not reclaiming all 100% of it. Maybe 90, 95, 99%, but in time, because you have a loss of, let's say, 0.1%, in time you will run dry. Even though you're trying to reclaim it and stuff like that, right? And not only that, it has to go for some sort of, to remove certain things out of it, right? Sediment, whatever, right? That's in it, so. Yeah. Because when I've been reading about it, people have been commenting, well, I just saw this car wash that day. Or whatever, right? But some people don't realize some of these car washes, they reuse that water. They reclaim it again, right? it doesn't just go down the drain. They actually kind of filter it out and reuse it again. That's right. So some people don't realize that, right? They just assume they're using a bunch of water and all that stuff without realizing, did you go ask? No, they actually reclaim it. You know what I mean? So a little research in terms of like understanding how these things work, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get it.
You know, because I think it's one of the things that, you know, some people just didn't understand what was going on, right? Or how important it is, right? Because some people are like, they just pump the water to my place, right? And no, they pump it to a reservoir, and the reservoir uses gravity to feed it to your place. That's how it goes, right? Not a lot of people know that, right? So they don't realize it's like, oh, can't they do this? Or whatever, can I do this?
Thanks for
No, it doesn't work
remembering
like that.
to me.
You know, it doesn't quite work like that, right?
Yeah, Second Star brought up a good point. That common sense is a lost art. You know, a lot of people only live by what they're told. So many out there can't think for themselves, and that's a fact.
Well, that's why you gotta diversify what you're knowing, all right, and open your mind to a few more things, all right.
Mm-hmm.
That's what if people just kind of like, you know, not flush right away, all right. We shouldn't be looking at this as like, ew, what are you doing that, all right? Because if people are saying that still while there's a water restriction, I'd be like, you know, there's a reason for this, right? There's a reason why we're doing this, right? It's not like I want to, but you know, or if you're using rainwater to push the toilet, there's a reason for it, all right? So, you know, understand their point of view of stuff, right? Because sometimes people are kind of too close-minded about certain things. Sometimes it's just like, and they question it right away. But why? Why would I do that? There's a reason. There's a reason. Why should I get a rainwater? Because, you know, if you did this before the water restrictions, at least you would have a little bit more to work with right now. You know what I mean? Like, with your plants or whatever, right? Especially if you're gardening, right? Because, let's face it, a lot more people are gardening nowadays. A lot of people are more gardening, but you need water for that gardening. So, and if you're having issues with the water supply because water restrictions, right? No outdoor watering, you're going to resort to something else. Rainwater, lake water, river water, right? They're not subject to that restriction, right?
Yeah, they do that panic stuff with us here in the Seattle area. Every other or every third summer. You know how they do it? It shows how susceptible people are to propaganda and BS. Okay? Because there's a number of lakes in this region that are actually hydroelectric dams.
Oh, I didn't even mention about that.
That they used to be forest land, but they had went in there a long time ago and cleared the timber. So the shallow areas still have stumps. Okay? So the Seattle News Service will fly a helicopter over lake whatever and show stumps sticking up. Oh no, there's a water shortage. We're running out of water. And the power companies and the water companies pay them to write a script for them and pay the brainwashing news that we're running out of water. And they'll play that 35 times a day on every news channel on television news. That we're running out of water. We're running out of water. We're running out of water. And people in this region believe it, even though it just rained yesterday. And even though
I mean, it's not like you haven't seen rain for like weeks, little months. Right?
No, not even close, man. People, oh no, don't water people are so dumb. I've seen people do this. I've seen them, and they'll run over to the neighbor's house. Oh my God, there's a water shortage. Oh, stop washing your car. And you know why? You know why the water level goes
You know why my
down,
car's clean? Because it rained.
and you know why the water level goes down in a hydroelectric dam reservoir? It's because they're generating power, and the river is still flowing into the lake. But people are so hard for me to deal with as I get older. It's like, you're dumb because you watch television. You are dumb. You watch TV. You're stupid. You're one of those TV watchers. You're brainwashed. You're out of touch. Yeah.
Did you try to source out more information from another source, or see it with your own eyes?
Well, here's an example of, I think it was last year, on all the prepper channels. Oh my God, all these ships are stuck in harbor. Oh, shortages. Oh no, the sea lanes are shut down. You know what I did? I drove down to the port of Tacoma, Washington myself. I went there with my camera, and I showed them unloading ships in harbor and rail cars full of containers going into the interior, and rail cars full of grain going to another facility, sending food out across overseas. The harbor never shut down. It never did. There was no and these channels on YouTube, oh my God, we're not going to have any food. We're not going to be able to get condoms anymore. And I showed that myself, and I said, can we stop with this bullshit about ships stuck in the harbor, please? Yeah.
And the thing is, Bob, about this water restriction right now, not a lot of the Canadian channels, I should say, Canadian channels are talking about it, right? That's why I wanted to bring this up, because I'm like, this should be just as important, if not more important than that, right? At least for a specific area right now, because it's serious enough. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, but if you look back in short history a little while ago in Flint, Michigan,
I think I heard about that.
Do you remember that? That wasn't that long ago. Okay.
Yeah.
What Flint, Michigan did was they put out across the news, we had to change our water, okay? And the water is being contaminated. Oh no, everyone's going to die. And that's one of the ways they shut down the residential area and all that around Flint, Michigan. Because people were, the city was going around shutting people's water off because you're not conserving enough. Do you remember that? And now people left, the residences of Flint, Michigan left because there was a water shortage. Right? Just keep that in mind, Canadian. Keep that in mind. That's how they damn near shut down the city of Flint, Michigan, because of the panic that they created with a, quote, water shortage.
Well, these people actually saw an open pipe and get pulled out of the crowd. A bunch of people working around it. So, there's something there.
But just keep it in mind how propaganda works,
Yeah. But what I'm saying was, not a lot of it feels like not a lot of attention is said about it. Even though, it happened in a localized one city only. Hey, infrastructure is not that much different around the country at times, right? It's aging over time, right? All right. Because what I've been hearing is, since this happened, our places have been checking it out, making sure that they don't run into.
Stay safe and God bless.
All right. Well, because they're trying to make sure. Yes, take care. They're making sure it doesn't happen to them, right? They don't want to go through the same hassle too, right? Because because it's a major thing, all right. Obviously, all right. Without water in the system.
Okay, peace, Jenny.
For the area, that's it.
Thanks for
take care, PJ.
So that, it's just that, It's another topic, yes,
Yeah.
but it's propaganda that changes the way that you live.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
It's like when every third summer here, they fly over the same reservoirs and show stumps sticking out of the water. Oh my God, it's a shortage. And now the water department pays them to do that, so does the power companies. And then they come back to Cairo News 7 in Seattle. There's water shortage, water shortage, water shortage. And then they double the rates on water and power.
Mm.
They double the rates. The companies do that, you know.
Shadow, can you highlight that comment that Cecilia wrote? I do not know about you guys, but water costs a lot where she lives, so catching rainwater for a garden is a must.
Yeah, they
That comment,
technically in this area we're not supposed to have water catchment, but I got a couple 5-gallon buckets out there catching rain right now. Come and arrest me.
Well, what I mean, I forget who said it.
You know what I mean?
Or whatever.
You can say your roof is
said
leaking.
about some places that are legal, right?
Yeah, yeah,
yeah.
Yeah. When I was cutting a tree down, and knocked the gutter corners off of my gazebo, the branches coming down, and so I'm out there catching the water right now. So I'm technically breaking a law right now by catching a couple of 5-gallon gallon buckets of water. You know,
like for example, if you were using a CB radio, right? Unless you have a license, it's illegal, right? But under emergencies, it's fine, right?
Yeah,
that's what I mean. Like in this type of situation, right? If there was a water shortage, right, then collecting rainwater should not be illegal if it was illegal in your area. That's what I mean. Like, you know, we're trying to help the system here, right? Because obviously, if you're using rainwater to, let's say, water something, and you're not using per se municipal fresh water, well, shouldn't that be helping the system?
Yeah,
if there was a water restriction, right? I'm just assuming, you know, because you're not pulling from a reservoir. You're not pulling from a reservoir for this. So yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah,
like I said about the emergency situation, sometimes certain things are out the window, at least during that time, right? So why wouldn't water catchment be like that? They did that for CB radios. You know, you don't need a license under an emergency, right? If it was
correct, yeah,
or a survival situation, right? So
yeah, Raven Cat over here. Sorry, CR, but Raven Cat gets what I'm talking about. Because Raven Cat said, you know, all these people advertising prepackaged emergency food are the ones who are shouting out about food shortage, water shortage. But if there's no shortage, if you buy it from me direct from the factory, and 30%, you know, it's marketing. A lot of that stuff you got to be real careful about.
Yeah, the supply and demand. You know,
We're going to create a shortage and increase the price. That's what it is.
Yeah. Although it's not always like that, but yeah, unfortunately, sometimes it is. It's not always like that, though. Sometimes it is actually because it is actually happening. But then again, you know, are people actually seeing this stuff happening? Yeah, I just saw the pipe come out of the ground and it leads over there to the treatment plant. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a real thing.
Yeah.
You know, people are actually working at this. I can actually see it with my own eyes, right? Yeah, that's one thing. But like,
okay, prepare for the ages. Take care. Stay safe.
Yeah.
Take care. Prepare for the ages. Yeah. Yeah, you know what I mean? So that's why it's just like, you know, I think a few more people are taking it a little bit more seriously in that area for what it is, because they're realizing, you know, it's not just going to be a quick fix done in a week, maybe even 2. It's been over 10 days now. 9-10 days already in, right? You know, maybe some people are only having a shower every 2nd, 3rd, maybe 4th day. They're not having their bath, you know, they're not at the gym, they're not at the pool, swimming pool, they're not at the skating arena or whatever, right? They can't do any of that stuff. So it's starting to affect them in terms of what they're doing and what they're doing at home. So, and stuff like that.
You get a reminder, CR, to eat before Cliff's live.
Okay, Cecilia. Cecilia, seriously? Seriously? She's just like, oh, I gotta throw that in. Just for him. Just for him. Like, yeah. No, but it is important because, like I said, you know, some of us garden, right? Some water is important, right? Some of us,
Mm-hmm.
you know, if you're a lifeguard, it's important. No water means you ain't doing any lifeguard duties without water. You know, you're a skating instructor or whatever, figure skating or something, or a hockey, whatever, a hockey coach. There's no skating rinks open, right? You're not doing any practices. Your games are postponed or canceled for now, right? Amongst some other things, right? You
Yeah.
know, it's like even right now, like probably there's a fire ban because of the result of this. That means no one's, if you're trying to sell cords of wood or whatever, it's non-existing because no one's burning anything either, right? Amongst some other things, right?
Okay, guys, I'm gonna bounce out of here.
Yeah.
So
Take care,
And I'm
Bob.
gonna wrap
I
things
agree.
up anyway, so
okay, peace out,
Yeah.
guys. Take care, everybody.
take care, Bob.
Yep.
Shadow, do you mind if I go when you slip out to go? I want to go in for like 10 more minutes on my side, a little bit. Well, it doesn't really matter because unless I will just say it right now. I guess I'll just say it right now. Like how long? 10 more minutes?
Yeah, Anthony, I'm a little bit tired yet.
Yeah. No. Then I'll just say it right now. Because I don't want to speak to you in the backstage for like 10 minutes anyway. Like I said earlier. For everyone that doesn't know, actually, I was in the stream with him before he started. 5 minutes before. I've been here for a very, very long time here.
Yeah.
But like I said, this is an important thing, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And that's why I had lots of things.
Up now. I think I wrap things up now.
Yeah, so I appreciate everyone joining me on my side of the stream.
Yeah, and I appreciate everyone
Shadow
on my side.
Yeah, co-hosting in, all right.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. And for a quick recap, 5-minute recap of everything, right? Just so we're on the same page back with everyone again. Let's remember the infrastructure is what it is, right? It ages over time. It's not gonna last forever, right? So things like this may happen in your area in time. Maybe not today, not this year, whatever. But in time, it may happen, right? Or something similar that causes water restrictions.
Hey, Guardian.
Oh, now he shows up. Now he shows up. He shows up.
I have to wrap things up now. I have to. But
anyways,
I appreciate
it's nice to see you,
GB. Stopping by. And
yes, we all appreciate it.
I will see. Yeah, I appreciate it, and I'll see you guys next week. Same time, same channel. Stay safe and God bless.
Don't forget about the water.
Yeah, 4 hours, Anthony.
Yeah, don't forget about the water, everyone. Water equals life. We all need it.